time, I'd like to welcome everyone out today. Just say we appreciate you coming out and taking part in county business. And at this time, our first order of business, we'll have our invocation by Supervisor Mike Carter, followed by Pledge of Allegiance by Lori Smith. If you will, all stand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to wish you all a Merry Christmas. Great seeing everybody here today. And with that, let us pray. Lord, we thank you for the blessings you have bestowed upon us all throughout the year. We especially thank you for the upcoming birth of our Lord and Savior, this very special time of year. Our prayer is for peace all over the world, and we ask for harmony and peace in Franklin County. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next order of business, we're going to go to the approval of the agenda. Board members, any of you, if you have any questions about the agenda, I hope you've had a chance to ask staff or try to get those questions answered before now. But if not, any of you have anything concerning the agenda at this time?
I just have a comment, Mr. Chairman. Item number 3, I'm so pleased we're finally moving ahead with the Grassy Hill collection site. It's been a long time coming, and a lot of hard work has gone into that, and certainly look forward to getting that project completed.
That's, before we get to the consent agenda, let's get the approval of the agenda. That's okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I will, Mr. Chairman.
When we go to closed session, can we add personnel to that, please?
Personnel?
Please.
Yes.
That's good. No problem. It's no big deal.
It's already on there.
Can you need to get the code number from
It's already
Jim
on
to
there.
make sure we have it on the,
Mr. Chairman, may the clerk
it's
say-
already on here. Personnel's already listed. Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Record show there are none opposed. Now on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any questions, anything about the 3 items on the consent agenda today? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I will.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff is absent for the vote, Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right. Moving right along, Todd Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good to be with you on December. Goodness, where did it go? Goes in a hurry, doesn't it?
Sure does.
So, I got a brief report this month, and then to take questions or comments or anything at the end, just like normal. So, a couple highlights. So we completed some work on Dove Road recently. That's done and open. We opened Old Forge today, so we're just a touch ahead of schedule opening to traffic. We still got to surface it and what have you. So we got that complete. We're moving to Pearlham and Switch, which is a road closure as well, but that'll be first of the year when we come back after the holidays or when the contractor does. Chestnut Hill is still ongoing. If you remember me talking about those last month, that's a pipe bore and tunneling operation that we've got very near the river. We'll move on to page 3 on some project highlights. So the 220 Bondbrook Mill project, the 220 Wirtz Road project, and the 220 at Castle, Sontag, and Pleasant Hill project all went to advertisement on December 5th. So they're out there awaiting bids now. We'll get bids early January, and we'll start to see the apparent low bidder and work through that process. And we will start to see work on those in the spring. Bondbrook Mill may be before the others because it's a standalone. If you recall, the Wirtz Road and the Pleasant Hill and all that's part of a larger project for the 220 corridor in Roanoke, Franklin, and Henry County. And that's really my highlight. I do want to say at the end, Mr. Chairman, as always, it's been a pleasure this year working with Franklin County staff and the board, and believe we've accomplished stuff. And Mr. Mitchell, to you specifically, it's been a pleasure, and we have gotten some things done with your help. So Merry Christmas to the staff and to the board. And that's all I have.
Anyone have any questions or comments? Go ahead.
I meant to call Brian yesterday and got busy. We had a accident down Power Dam Road yesterday. Can we get the Glade Hill crew, I believe it's the Glade Hill crew, to do some shoulder improvements? There's 2 or 3 times, in a bigger truck, you basically got to ride the center of the line, but there's several spots that the shoulder drops off that you try to jerk a steering wheel out of my hands. There's several spots much needed on that road. I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Merry Christmas.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Thank y'all for everything.
All right, moving right along. Brian Carter. Sure you don't want to sit up here?
I'm very positive, Mr. Chairman. I'm good right here.
Mr. Whitlow's on the line, right?
Yeah.
Nobody can do it like Mr. Whitlow, so
Well,
we'll leave
I
that
mean,
chair.
he's on the call, so I think he needs to tell you to get up here.
No, he can stay muted. That's just fine. All right, so our finance report through November 30th. So as you can see, that's 5 months out of the fiscal year, so we'd be looking at about 41.6% of the budget with what we would anticipate seeing on those monthly items. So for revenues, everything is coming in where we would anticipate, around that 42% mark or above, really exceeding at this point. And the same with the expenditures, they're below that mark where we'd want to see, with the exception of the items that we typically do note, because a lot of it is upfront insurance payments or renewals for our like IT arrangements and service agreements. So those are all usually due first of the fiscal year. So other than that, everything is trending as we would anticipate, no major surprises. So to graphically show that to you on the revenues, we are pretty standard with where we would want to be this time of year. You can see the line as the comparison. To break it down a little bit further for you, you can see the other local taxes and state revenues pretty consistent. General property taxes is up compared to last year through November, so we'll keep an eye on that. It's a lot of times that's timing, could very well depend on that. And so we usually have, even though taxes are due December 5th, we have the mail-in that comes in, and so usually it's another week or two as the treasurer's office receives those. So really that real look for property taxes for comparison is going to be the December review. So for real estate, I did put these in here this time just to show you. So for comparison through November, the green line is 2122. The reason that is so much higher is that was the last year of one-time collection. So it does skew, but it's not an anomaly. That's why it looks like that. We're not behind. But the comparison for last year between the blue and purple lines, we were up in October, down a little bit in November, but overall you can see we're about $676,000 up year over year in our real estate collections, about 4.2% growth. Depends on how much of that is timing between the collection of the month. So again, December is going to be the real comparison look when we get those final numbers. Similar with personal property, so you can see the increase there of about $2.8 million, about 32% increase. A lot of that is looks to be a lot of timing because we're about at 70% of the budget. So we have another 30% to collect in December, basically, in order to meet budget for this year. So we'll keep monitoring that. Don't anticipate. If you remember last year, we didn't meet budget for personal property. This year, we anticipate meeting budget. While values have relaxed some, they haven't relaxed enough, and so we were at about a 10% growth rate in that budget, so we still feel confident that we'll meet that. Okay. Sales tax is continuing. It's overall increase year over year. You can kind of see the top line there. It's about a $400,000 increase compared to the same point in time last year, about a 12.2% growth rate, which is about what we budgeted. So if you look at percent of budget, we're at 49%. So ahead of where we anticipate, being around that 41, 42% range. So good growth, solid growth, not outstanding growth, but very good for as far as what we're seeing with the economy right now. So for meals tax, we're seeing a little bit better. You can see in November up a little bit compared to November last year, year over year about 21,000. So at 2.9% growth, not a big driver, a little bit of growth. It was 2.3% last month. It increased to 2.9% increase year over year. So heading in the right direction. And occupancy has basically remained flat. It was down year over year 3.4%. Had a little bit better month, so it's down 3.3% compared year over year. But we're still at 55% of budget, so we're well ahead of the budget even with that. And so overall, and we are getting into that period, as you can see with the chart, where you would see a decline in that month over month based on the non-peak vacation months. So for expenditures, you can see they're down a little bit, as we noted. There were some on that. A lot of that is timing. You see the peak in December, which will be this month. That tends to be the transfers to all the other funds, that our capital fund, our debt, and all of those. That is a pure accounting entry. So you'll see that peak come again in December. A lot of that timing that you'll see in November will probably be caught up in that month. But overall, back to the first chart, we're still behind percentage-wise on budget where we would anticipate being. Departments are doing a good job managing their line items. So to group that a little bit differently, you can see all of the major categories. They're up a little bit. You would expect that a lot because so much of our budget, as with many organizations, is driven by personnel. Those costs tend to increase over time. And so you see a little bit of that. No major drivers in any increases other than appears to be normal progression growth or inflation that we adjusted for in the budget. So we typically break down the health and welfare. You can see the social services budget is up a little bit year over year, same with CSA. And as we've noted, there's just double-digit increases in contracts, a lot of complex kids, a lot of strain on the system statewide. We're having to place a lot of kids out of our region, even out of state, just to find a bed for some of them with the needs that they have, and that comes at an increased cost to us. So continuing to monitor, looking for some strategies to try and keep that as low as possible, and something that we could certainly address. And I know as we look to get into budget, probably more you'll hear of as we move forward. Okay, so fund balance. So these are the official audited numbers. Our auditors, we had a scheduling conflict and we're not able to present the results today. They will be here at your January meeting to present the audit results for fiscal year 2023. But unassigned fund balance at June 30th is $43.3 million. When we reduce for the items for the CIP that was approved, if you remember in the CIP there was a portion for, on a fund balance or reserves essentially to help fund that capital. And then there were a portion of what's in that unassigned fund balance is related to grants or donations that are restricted for certain purposes. And then, of course, the school year end surplus, that's the cash number at this point. I did also reset the 20% policy for general fund revenues. So that is now almost $23.5 million would be 20% of that based on that audited fiscal year 2023 collection balance. So when you take all of that, we have about $14.2 million in over our policy minimum in unassigned fund balance at June 30th. And at the bottom, put also the balances that haven't really changed since last month, the budget stabilization and the capital reserve.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back to that slide? This $43 million does not include the roughly $21 million in a separate account from the twice-year tax collection. Yep. So really it's 43, 53, 63, about $64 million. Kind of what I would consider unassigned, correct?
What is set aside on the capital is not unassigned. It is a reserve, but it is not unassigned. So,
okay.
But we can certainly add that to this slide if that would be the pleasure of the board, just to keep that number on there.
I don't think it's up to me anymore. I just want to make sure I was understanding it correctly.
Yeah, and it's a nomenclature. It is a reserve, so, but it's technically not unassigned, and it doesn't fall into our 20% policy. So what I'd probably do if we wanted to add it was just list it at the bottom, like with budget stabilization. But yes, sir, it is separate from this.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. So capital project update. So we did resubmit, or school staff resubmitted the construction grant applications for our middle school and our CTE projects. And so we're just now waiting to hear back from Virginia Department of Education. We're hopeful there that we'll be awarded some funding through those. Depending on the amount, it could range anywhere 10%, maybe a little higher. And so we will see, and of course update you as we receive word on that. Okay. So economic update, CPI increased year over year for November, 3.1%. It was 3.2% in October, so fairly consistent, still above the 2% target rate that the Federal Reserve is attempting to obtain. So they did meet in December. They left that rate, their federal funds rate, unchanged, so no increase, no decrease. It's still about 5.25% or so, and then really their next meeting will be towards the end of January. So it's still at this point, there's a lot of anticipation that, short of some other change that not anticipated, won't go a lot higher. Depending on the status of the economy, you might start to see some decreases. So as we look at our 2025 budget, we're going to have to keep that in mind, because we're going to have to anticipate interest rate decreases, which will impact, of course, our operating budget on our investments. So state budget update, hopefully, as planned, tomorrow, the governor introduces his proposed budget for the next biennium. And so for the 2-year budget that the state will, and the General Assembly will review come January. And so really there is no change other than the anticipated budget challenges. The federal stimulus money has run out according to what the money committees and the General Assembly has received as a way of an update. And so a lot of obligations that they're seeing, mainly for public education and Medicaid. So the state, with at least the latest estimate, does not anticipate a lot of new money for other priorities at this point. And with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Go ahead, Ron.
So I don't see it on the agenda for us to talk about, but I know it was in our Friday packet about localities' ability to pay, and how that new formula is going to be to the tune of about $3 million less. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So, I know this board gets frustrated with me about, spending, what we would consider the, unassigned fund balance there, but, our policy minimum of the, 20-some million, but then there's still $14 million left over. I know this is it for me, but we've got the money to make up that difference. So please don't be afraid to use that money. I hate to see services cut and any funding taken away from any departments or even the schools to make up for the state's error, because they're absolutely screwing our county, in my personal opinion. I don't think that their formula is accurate. I think that our legislators need to get off their butt and do their job and get it fixed and get it changed. So I would ask this board to be vigilant in reminding our elected representatives that this is not right. When you've got counties like Loudoun County, the richest county, I think, in America, that has a lower ability to pay than Clark County, we've got a problem there. And it's unfair to Franklin County. And I know this board is going to roll up their sleeves and hold them accountable for it, because it's not right. It's not right to our taxpayers to have to foot that bill. But the beauty of this county is, until they get it worked out, we've got the money to do it. And I would encourage this county and this board to not be scared to use that money, make sure that we keep providing our county citizens with the services they need and deserve. And then I would be remiss, Mr. Carter, this being my last meeting, if I didn't talk about public safety in the county. We are currently holding a firefighter 1 class at our fire station here in Rocky Mount, and there's 28 volunteer firefighters in that class from all over the county that the recruitment efforts are getting better. The attendance in that class is a representative of that. And, you know, kudos to this board for all the fire trucks, all the extra gear, allowing us to use money from the grant to pay for training, just getting behind the volunteers. I encourage this board to continue to do that. I've said it time and time again that your volunteers in this county is the best deal this county's got, hands down. The services we provide every day of our lives, and you know, our public safety department. Keep in mind they are in desperate need of some new ambulances. We got the money to do it. If you pay attention, if you see the ambulances that are on the street today, most of them are reserve trucks. If it's got a B behind the number, it's a reserve truck, and most of them are just not good vehicles. So, you know, keep them in mind, keep supporting our sheriff's office. I think this county has done a really good job in the 4 years I've been on the board to make Franklin County a safer and better place, and I thank them for that. And do everything we can to keep that fire truck rotation up to date. You know, we run these fires. You know, I've got my chief here with me today, and, you know, it's so nice knowing that we've got these nice apparatus with all these good tools, all this water, and we're not having them break down on the way to the call. And that starts right here on this board. So thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Anyone else have anything for Brian?
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up to Ronnie's comment about the school system deficit. Would it be appropriate for us to have county staff draft a letter to our representatives addressing this issue moving forward?
Already step ahead of you.
Okay.
And we're going to address that. And we met yesterday, just to give you a little heads up, and it's not going to be something we can fix in the short term, but where we're up against the clock is, I mean, where we're at in this upcoming budget cycle, this board's going to have to take some action to help get the school system through, at least through this next budget cycle, and we're going to have to figure that out. And that's going to require us, as Ronnie said, rolling up our sleeves and getting it done. And that's, we're working on that. So, anyone else have anything for Brian? Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, Kevin O'Meara.
I have an opioid update, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, if you're ready for that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Mr. O'Meara.
Mine will be quick, I promise, this portion anyway.
I just looked over it on my notes.
So, so we reviewed a lot of this with the board at the August meeting. Mr. Burnett did. And so I'm going to skip through a lot of this. It's just catching back up from where that left off. And so, of course, the settlements continue with the opioid. I'm going to skip over the history. These are the three main categories. We continue to track that, receive updates from Mr. Gwynn's office, of course, the State Opioid Abatement Authority. The eligible uses basically center around abatement, and as with most funding, it can't reimburse previous costs or supplant existing funding. So they have a list of eligible uses. It basically all centers around support or treatment. It's not really to be used for necessarily capital items in essence, unless it can be directly tied to a treatment program or substance abuse kind of center. So as far as what we received through today, we received $338,733. As you'll see in a little bit, part of the issue with using this money is the cash flow portion of it and how these settlements are coming across. But you can kind of see down there, there's still the Malincrot bankruptcy. They refiled for bankruptcy. We received just under $10,000. They've refiled. We do not have an updated schedule at this point. That's kind of to be determined as to what that cash flow may mean for the future. So we're back to the distributors and the Janssen or the J&J. Johnson & Johnson that we're looking at. And so the breakdown, so in addition to localities receiving money, the Opioid Abatement Authority at the state level also receives money. and localities would be able to receive 15% of that. That portion of the money requires an application to the State Opioid Abatement Authority. So that is where we, as staff, want to go through some things, kind of get some board feedback as to what we might want to put in that application, and then we will proceed forward on some possible projects. So to give you an idea, so that our portion of money, our local portion of money, is not competitive. We just put in the application, we guaranteed that portion of the money. There are regional projects that are competitive, multi-jurisdictional, and we would have to submit a grant application for those should we want them. What we are looking to follow is the gold standard, which basically is exactly what the guidelines say about abatement. So as long as we stay true to those, we get an extra 25% in from the Opioid Abatement Authority in allocation. Not as much as you may think. I'll show you the chart in a minute based on the December update. But you can see on the bullets there. So really, we're only talking from the Abatement Authority based on their latest update, a few $1,000s a year, 10, 11, 15 maybe at most. And some of that is kind of an accumulated cost for the last 2 or 3 years. If you look at 2025, really it's $1,500 or just under $2,000. So not a lot you can spend that money on that we would put in an application for. But total over the time period would be just over $43,000 from the Abatement Authority. This is a chart on the breakdown similar to what I just said. So 30% in that blue is what we're receiving directly. So as in the Janssen or the distributor disbursements, that's coming to us. That $333,000 number, that's that 30% there that we are receiving. And then the Abatement Authority is the 55%. So of that 55% at the top where it says cities and counties 15%, that's our portion of what I just showed you on the previous slide. Then there are other partnerships where we could get additional money, that's 35%. So when we talk about applications, we're talking about those two pots of money as far as possible additional opioid abatement money. So this is the chart updated as of today. You can see the distributor settlements, the Janssen settlement, the Mallinckrodt, again, they've re-entered bankruptcy, so we have no real list of what we may receive at this point. Still waiting on the retailers, your pharmacies basically, to be settled as far as what distribution that may look like to the states and localities. Then the opioid abatement funding is on the right, and you can see the sum of those is that $43,000 that we combined on the previous slide. So these are kind of updated monthly as far as that goes, especially the opioid abatement funding. But you can see the cash flow on that based on the fiscal year. Part of our challenge is going to be we can't commit to recurring funding where we have an uneven recurring funding stream based on these abatement payments. The other thing is some of them have strict guidelines, especially from the Opioid Abatement Authority, of when we can spend the money. If they give us award an application, in a sense, we kind of have a timeline of about a year or so to spend that money, and then the way I understand it, we reapply again for next fiscal year's pot of money with them. So all of that to be worked out. We have time on that. We have until April 1st, and so part of today is getting this back in front of you, get you thinking about it. We've got time to work with some partners. Potential projects, most of this list is what you had seen in August. But a lot of it revolves around some of our partners like Piedmont Community Services that would be offering these treatment programs, possibly purchasing some supplies for either their medical unit at Piedmont Community Services, that mobile unit that we've seen, or some other options for distribution, maybe some education in our school system. Those are options on some of that. And one of the other options is possibly for drug court or treatment court. Right now, we have a grant for that, so I don't know that that's a priority yet, but that grant's only a 3-year grant. We're 1 year into it, so could be some possibilities for a future application, if not today. But one of the things like the renovations, the things of that nature, maybe the Grace House, they are capital in nature, so that would be an arrangement we would work out with any partner, Piedmont or otherwise, as to when do you need the money, how much, what could the county assist with, if there's anything that would be a priority of the board. And so, there we go. And so some cooperative or regional. So if you remember, there was a separate application for that. There was another 35% of the money that the Opioid Abatement Authority has received. There are a couple there with Piedmont Community Services. And that we could do, and that may be a regional, something else with the Roanoke Valley Collective Response for potential purchases as far as their programs. So let me see if that's it. So for next steps, really at this point, if there's anything the board is for sure they would like to do, would not like to do as it regards or revolves around abatement, if there's any partners in particular you would like us to work with, again, we have that application deadline till April 1st, so we have time. So the idea would be probably the next 30 to 60 days, based on your feedback, staff will work with partners to pull together an actual proposal for you with funding and timing of that funding that will work with our anticipated distribution stream. But certainly open to feedback from the board at this point, just to guide staff on your priorities.
Go ahead.
Mr. Carter, thank you for your presentation. I have a question, but before I ask the question, are there opioid abatement funding streams that have been established in Virginia's public schools? Or do these monies flow through the localities?
The way I understand this particular funding stream, it is only to the localities, cities and counties in particular. I don't even think towns have access to this stream. I'm pretty sure it's just cities and counties.
From my perspective, for just the board's feedback, I very much like the family drug court component. I think this board, we've heard presentations on this, and really trying to get to the foundation of the issues is really, I think, where money needs to be directed. I know that the CSBs work fluidly within this and are definitely a stakeholder in advisory capacity at a minimum with the county on this. But I do like the family drug court piece, and then working more closely with the CSBs. I have been opposed to the collective response, to our monies being diverted to the collective response, meaning going to the Roanoke County areas, because I feel like our problems are pronounced. They are here, and that we need these monies to help provide the mitigation and remediation of the problems that our children and families are incurring here. And I would, it's not that I don't understand they have issues, but, these monies are coming to the county, and we need to, I don't want for my vote to divert monies to the collective response for that reason.
Go ahead, Ronnie.
I'll have to agree with Ms. Smith on that. I want our money to stay here. I don't want it to go to the city. We've got our own problems, and it needs to stay here to educate our problems. Matter of fact, probably some of our problems are coming from the city. To be honest, from my law enforcement years. So,
Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't think we should send one red cent to Roanoke. Piedmont, I think, is one of the most valuable resources our county has. And I would like to see I'd give it all to Piedmont for up to me, but also in the schools, it's more and more every day you see overdoses in schools. And I'm not saying our schools, it's just schools in general. And the more resources we can have in our schools to, when we have these overdoses, make sure we have the right drugs, right training. I think it's important that we get with the schools and get their opinion on what they could use from this money as well to make sure that we're taking care of our own babies here in the county. So get with our schools, and Piedmont would be my two recommendations for the money.
In my oversight, Mr. Chairman, the schools, I totally agree with and concur with Mr. Mitchell on that as well.
Go ahead, Mark.
Not to belabor it, but I concur with what they've said right along, Brian. Definitely to fund that drug court money when the grant runs out, and then the school system.
I have to agree to keep it here, and out of all those things I read, probably the drug court would be the biggest bang for the buck, I'd say.
Is there any thought or feedback to if we, while here and keep locally, do we want to apply for a regional project, maybe working through our Piedmont Community Services footprint, which would be Henry County, Martinsville, Patrick County, Would that be something that you would want staff to pursue or not look at regional projects? Because that would be an extra pot of money, I guess is my reason for asking.
Define that, this would be a regional pot of money.
So from the Opioid Abatement Authority, if you remember, there was that regional 35%. So what I showed you does not include any regional money. And so if the board would have an interest for that piece, which is over and above what we showed you in this presentation, we could look to Piedmont for possibly a regional application if there was a need, but it would be in that footprint with those localities that they serve.
So we could leverage additional funding
Correct.
through regional partnerships.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think
I think that's a good
if the
idea.
money's available, go for it.
Okay.
If it's available, get it.
All right, so what we can do is we could design a plan for our direct distribution that keeps it local, but then we'll pursue a regional project that would be in that footprint that our CSB currently serves and see if we can't put together a presentation for you in the next 30 to 60 days.
And Brian, if I may, Mr. Chairman, you know, one of the concerns that I always have around grant fundings, and obviously the payout schedule on this settlement is erratic, to say the least. You know, as we attempt to put things in place, I always get real concerned about how we're going to maintain. And, you know, I think we need to provide care, which I know staff will, care in terms of how we scale these programs and how many we're able to help and affect, but have some sustainability strategies in mind, so that we just don't have to up one year and say we can't do anything next year. So I think with an eye on sustainability, and then trying to maximize the benefit of those dollars would be a priority for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. O'Meara. Try to get that right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Kevin O'Meara. I work with Timmons Group. We're an engineering consulting firm based out of Richmond, Virginia. That's where I've come from today. It's great to be here in Franklin County today, representing my clients who are the Franklin County staff on the Summit View Road Connector project in Franklin County. We're here in Franklin County. Of course, you have the executive summary. I'm just going to hit a few of those quickly for the sake of everybody in the room as well, so that everyone can hear a little bit of what this is about. So the Franklin County Office of Economic Development continues work on a number of projects to increase the availability of jobs, attract a new tax base, and raise the community's quality of life. The continued construction of the Summit View Business Park is a critical piece of this effort. The county has received about $15.5 million in grant funds from VDOT and the U.S. Economic Development Administration, otherwise known as the EDA, federal EDA, to construct the final pieces of the Summit View Business Park road network. The board, you do have a key map that shows you the various segments of this road network. D1, D2, C, and segments G are commonly referred to as the Summit View Connector Road. This connector road is the last piece necessary to complete the main internal road network. Timmons Group and its partners, working with Franklin County, VDOT, have been producing plans since April 2022. Plans are complete. We have all the necessary approvals from the county and from VDOT for construction. As you know, because you gave us the permission to advertise the project, this project was advertised for construction back on November 1st, 2023. On December 11th, 2023, we received a total of 6 bids, which is very, very good. The lowest bid for the road construction was received from Kanawha Stone Company at a cost of $8,373,908.40. That bid is approximately 22% lower than my engineer's estimate, which is very good news. My engineer's estimate was about $10.7 million. I will note that there were 3 bids that were lower than my engineer's estimate, and there were 3 bids that were above my engineer's estimate. This portion of the connector road is proposed to be funded through multiple grant sources. The county currently has $3.75 million in smart scale and $5.1 million in revenue sharing funds from VDOT. In addition, the county has secured $4.7 million in funds from the federal EDA, totaling $13.5 million. Therefore, it is anticipated that there will be an excess of grant funding at the completion of the project, which is always good news. So with that, it is the recommendation of staff to respectfully request that the Board of Supervisors accept my recommendation, which is dated December 12, 2023, to accept the bid from Kanawha Stone Incorporated as the lowest responsible bidder, subject to and contingent upon all VDOT and US EDA approvals and acceptance for construction. Again, which I noted was $8.3 million. Furthermore, the Franklin County staff respectfully requests that the board authorize the county administrator and county attorney to execute documents necessary to achieve the contract award. So with that, I'll certainly accept any
Go
questions
ahead,
that you have.
Ms. Smith.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for being with us this afternoon.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
If I may ask a couple questions, and if they're not under your purview, just tell me so. That
Sure.
would be fine. The package that we received is very in-depth, and there's a couple charts in here that strain the eye, shall we say. What is the total contingency that was part of the RFP that was bid?
So my engineer's estimate includes approximately a 10% contingency in addition to the bid that we have, which that 10.7 million, it does not include that contingency. So that's kind of what we were getting at with the 13.5 million total funding available. That where we see there certainly will be. We anticipate an excess of funds at the completion of the project. Basically, that detailed breakdown that you see is really just an analysis of the prices
Right.
of all the individual bid items. I should have mentioned this is a lump sum bid project. So, of course, there can always be changes throughout construction, which could result in a change order, which we certainly will do everything we can to avoid. But really, that analysis is just looking at those prices in the event of a change order to make sure that we have pricing that's competitive. And we will reject some of those unit prices when we actually sign the contract with Kanawha
So,
Stone.
just to make sure I'm understanding, the base bid that we're entertaining today does not include the contingency amount. Is that number one?
Well, the contractor doesn't have a contingency, at least not that, we're aware of. So I would like to stand here, at the end of the next year and report that the project is complete for $8.3 million. So it would only be in the event of some unforeseen circumstance that results in the need to, write a change order for the project.
Yeah, so basically, I guess we're talking the same thing. Any type of variance over and above the bid price would be looked upon as a change order.
That's correct.
And the change orders would have to stand on their own merit to be funded
That's
on a
right.
per unit price, I'm guessing. And the fact that you stated that we, have excess dollars in the grant funding pool will help give us some protection from potential change orders that would come about over and above the base price bid.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's see, I had one more question. It looks to me that all of the different bid components on here really is, I've looked for things that I would hope we might not need, but they're in the, dealing with rock and all
Right.
kinds of things that
That's right.
would be unforeseen at the beginning of construction, but they're in the bid package. What is, in your opinion, there's about a 22% variance between low and high bid. Where do you think the concentration of that 22% is in those variances?
Well, so one of the things that we do as part of the bid analysis is, again, we look at all those unit prices and we multiply those unit prices by the quantities that we estimate are in the project. If you look, and again, it is a little hard to see because there's a lot of numbers on that bid recommendation. But what we saw is that actually the multiplication of those unit prices by our quantities was pretty close. They were all actually very close. So what you saw was the lump sum amount was higher than those multiplication of unit prices and quantities. So what that tells us is that those contractors that were higher could have been taking into account some potential risk on the project of their own, because again, it's a lump sum bid. So to your point earlier about rock, Rock is on the contractor. So if they experience rock, that's on them. That's not the county's responsibility to handle that additional cost. So those contractors may have been taking into account that. They may have been busy on other projects. They may have just purely been looking for profit. So I don't think there's any one area that I saw that there was a concentration, other than just an appetite potentially for profit, or less appetite for risk on those higher bids.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ronnie Mitchell.
Yeah, so a couple of things that I live in the contracting world, and I can honestly, not calling you a liar, but for there to be no contingencies on a project this large, I'm not buying it. So I think it would be, from low bid to high bid, that's a pretty significant difference. I would probably caution the county on this, and maybe have you, Mr. Romero, go back and just, not saying you haven't done your job, but I would really read their fine print. It's hard for me to believe there's no contingencies. And the reason I bring this up is because I don't believe in change order. To even mention that, oh yeah, there could be change orders and then we have to decide on whether we have to vote on them, accept them. I don't believe in that. Give us a price. This is the price it's going to be, and stick with it. So, I'd be cautious for this board. And the second, I see, to get away from that, I see all these grant monies, that we have plenty of money to do this project, but if we are going to vote on this today, I just want to make certain that there's no local dollars involved here, or is there a certain match that we have to have invested in this project?
If I may respectfully respond just to the contingency, just to be clear, the county does have a contingency on the project. As I mentioned, it's approximately 10%. So we do in our budget, and again, that's related to the grant funds that we requested, account for that. So again, part of the reason that we advertised this as a lump sum bid project was to, eliminate some of that risk for the county. Say, hey, we're asking you to build this project per this specification, per this plan, and we expect it to be done for that price. So unless we change something, or unless something totally unforeseen comes up, we don't anticipate there'd be any change orders on the project.
Okay, then, that's not kind of how your question was answered, if I was listening correctly.
Well, I was pleased with the 10% contingency number that the county's carrying. I too, change orders are a part of business on any construction project. But when you're doing a bid component, like this, I think it's tighter, from a standpoint of accountability for the, per unit pricing and all. So, as long as, and we do have the grant monies in there to help us account for a 10% contingency number. So I'm comfortable with that at this point.
A change order, there should only be a change order put before this county if we change something. I just want to make sure that, that this county doesn't get into it. And, I know there's budget money there, but I've heard it said several times, there's no such thing as free money. So, but I see you shaking your head agreeing, answering my question that there is no local dollars involved in this project. Okay. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
That's the way I see it.
I don't really have a question or anything, I guess it is a question. I don't know if you can answer or not, but it's always perplexing to me. This company, Nitro, West Virginia, how do they underbid local contractors?
Well, they do have an office and operation here, so they're low, and they're actually working.
They're in Salem, right?
I'm sorry.
They have a local place in Salem, right?
They do. They have a local. Yes, sir. They have a local office, and I know they're working on other projects in the county. For example, I believe the landfill project they're also working on. So, they have other operations here, and
They already got their equipment here.
I know they have some. They're a large company. I mean, they have offices and operations, I believe, in 8 states. So, and I'll mention that one of the things that the county, before we even came here today, we wanted to make sure we got confirmation from Kanawha that they were, going to dedicate the resources they needed to keep this project on schedule as well as the landfill project, and they, gave us their word in writing on their letterhead saying that they would do that. So I'm confident that they have the operational capability to handle the project.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone on this side? Go ahead, Nick.
This is the same group, and I remember us having the same conversation when they were bidding on the landfill project. If you go down there and see some of that equipment they got at the landfill, and Mr. Golden, don't let me speak out of line, but you guys have been getting along pretty good with them, haven't you?
I'm very comfortable with Kanawha, or it's Kanawha bidding on this project. Everything they've done at the landfill has been exactly as specified. And I see the confusion that some of you had. The landfill had to be a different project. The contingencies had to be there because you're digging several hundred feet down. You never know.
Right.
This road is gonna be, 40, 50 feet, maybe at the most. But I don't have a problem with Kanawha. And they do still have some equipment here. And hopefully, if you guys choose to award the contract to them, it will be a plus for both projects.
Anyone else have any questions?
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, we need to take action on this. Board, what's your pleasure?
Make a motion, we move forward as presented.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the awarding of this bid. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, you want to take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff is absent for the vote. Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Mayor.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry
Christmas to you.
Christmas to you as well.
Okay, at this time, according to my schedule, we have a break scheduled, and then we're gonna go into a work session, but we will not be going into B75. We're gonna keep our work session in here. And Mr. Galvin, is that gonna create a problem for you?
No.
Okay.
Let me go get my stuff.
Okay, you can go get your stuff, and but we will be reconvening in here in about 10 minutes, so we're gonna take a break.
Right there.
Oh, okay. There we go. I'm gonna test this out real quick, sure. Yep. All right, everybody ready?
The floor is all yours.
All right, well, thank y'all for letting me come in and talk to you today. I start out this, and your packet doesn't start out this way, but if you flip it over, you'll see this picture. I wanted to show a picture of the landfill to start out because this is, even though I'm talking about collection sites today, everything goes back to the landfill. And I wanted to point out to you that us having a landfill is a rare thing. In Virginia today, there are 27 either active landfills or landfill projects. There are 134 localities, 95 counties, and the rest are cities. So landfills are rare. And in our area, it's only us, Roanoke County, and Pittsylvania County. So today I've come here to talk to you about the collection sites. We have three types of collection sites. We have unmanned collection sites, which is, here's an example here. And you can see, this is what we run into. Someone has left us, I believe that's a 350, and a mattress, right there on the ground in front of the sign that says no dumping. Our second type of site is a manned green box site, and this is Fort Mountain. And as you can see, that is a beautiful site. It's neat, and it's always this way. I've watched Fort Mountain over the years. When I was working for the town, it was still an unmanned site, and I saw it go to a manned site and saw it progress. And I think out of the other sites that I've seen in the counties around in here, that's one of the best ones. And then we have compactor sites. And this is burnt chimney. I put this in here because there was a complaint, and I just showed up. I didn't call them, I didn't tell them I was gonna come, I just showed up to see. And that's what it looked like when I got there. It was perfect. And our collection sites are also, I think, head and shoulders above the other ones in the area. So this map shows you everything. This is the sites throughout the county. And I put this in here to illustrate that we have a lot of sites. And what I'm gonna tell you today is we have more sites than what we need or what we can support. This map right here shows the man sites. And the ring around them shows you a 5-mile radius with the man sites. So with our existing man sites, we have fairly good coverage throughout the county. This adds the potential sites that we're going to discuss in this presentation today to show additional coverage. Our current man sites are here. We have 10 of them. That's compactor sites and Fort Mountain. And then we have our existing green box sites, and it says 284 there, but it's actually 282 because 2 of them got stolen a couple months ago. And I want to point out here on this slide, the point to make is we are running 7 days a week, 5 trucks a day. And that's just front load box trucks. And those trucks get about 2 to 3 miles a gallon. So we're hitting all these sites all over the county every day. And this is Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, every day. This is a list of our current unstaffed sites, and there are 25 of them. And I can tell you this too, whenever I go to a conference or I go to a meeting and this comes up and people just look at me and say, you have 25? And they think I have 25 sites altogether, and that's amazing. No, I have 35 sites, 25 unmanned. All right, this starts where we're gonna talk about what we wanna do. In what's left of this year and next year, I'd like to move, obviously, on Grassy Hill. We've already got that in the works. And then continue to work on Pinhall and Pinhook. Pinhall, I can do pretty easily. And Don, who used to be me, I think is going to work with me on Pinhall to finish the construction out there. And Pinhook is in planning right now. I will talk to you guys more about Pinhook when we come to budget, because I have Labella working on some numbers for me, and I don't have those yet. So I'm going to give you numbers on Pinhook, and it will illustrate going forward what it's going to cost us to do a full 2-acre site like Lake Watch. Or I'll also tell you that what we're getting, the information that we're getting from engineering firms and from DEQs, 2 acres is about the smallest site you're going to be able to do anymore. And a good portion of that 2 acres is going to be stormwater. Yeah. So that's just the way it is. We have, and concerns for the unsupervised sites, there's a lot of them. There's a lot in this presentation. My major concerns are this. They are used in large amount by contractors. And I have set up at Grassy Hill and watched. And when we get to the pictures at the end of this, I got a little video of a pool contractor just unloading his trailer into Grassy Hill. I've been up there, went up to the contractor and said, you know you're not supposed to do this. And he said things to me that I can't say in here and told me to mind my own business. So we have lack of control of the contractors, we also have a lack of control of potential hazardous materials into the boxes. Anybody can put paint, anybody can put gasoline. We've had dumpsters that when we dumped them, they caught on fire because somebody had dumped something in there that had an ember, and when it hit the air, it went up and it blazed up inside the truck. Some of our sites are traffic hazards, and we have closed one today at Retreat. It's one of the ones that set right on the road, and the truck had to back out. I'll show you a picture of that here in a minute. And as down here at the bottom, stolen green boxes. They got 2 green boxes out of Endicott, and then they came back a couple days later and took a section of fence. So I thought, well, they're setting up their own green box site somewhere. And obviously, and especially in the Union Hall district, is the brush. It's just unbelievable. And there's a sign right there that says no dumping on the ground. I followed a gentleman all the way from Rocky Mount, and I was going to Penn Hall, and I said, surely he is not going to Penn Hall. And he did.
Close to go to the landfill.
Drove all the way from Rocky Mount. He could have went to the landfill 5 miles away, but he drove all the way down to Penn Hall. With him, he saw my tags and then decided he'd go on somewhere else. All right, this was the retreat site, and this picture actually came from the presentation Don gave you. But I love that picture so much. And when I was out there measuring the right-of-way for this, to see if our boxes were in the right-of-way or not, and they're not. They're on somebody's private property. I almost got hit 3 times. That's a busy, busy intersection. But that one we've already taken care of. But in red here, you see out-of-county residents and contractors. And that's the 2 things out of all of it that bother me the most, because Franklin County residents are paying for this. They are paying to have this disposal done. And all of this, they're getting away, the out-of-county residents or contractors are getting away for free, dumping their trash in the green boxes. And they are unsightly, especially Grassy Hill, Doe Run, well, all of them, but those 2, the one on 890 down near the county line, what we call graveyard, because there's a graveyard behind it. Horrible, horrible. And the unmanned green box sites are really not safe either. I had dumpster diver in one of the sites actually pick a fight with one of my drivers. He went in to pick up the box, and the man was in the box. He crawled out of the box. He did. Crawled out of the box. The man got out of the truck and asked him if he was all right. You picked a fight with him. So, but somebody's going to be in a box picking up trash. It's a little bit crazy anyway. And this is still, these are the issues. But we have about 5 sites other than Retreat that sit right on the side of the road, where the truck has to back. The truck physically has to be in the right of way to pick up. And it's just, I had this when I was in Martinsville. A resident hit a truck. Unfortunately, nobody was hurt, but they very easily could have been. A car going under that truck, it's the same as if you were going to tractor trailer. So we need to avoid or try to mitigate these situations. This shows, and I'm not really, this is information, but I don't know that I really love charts in a situation like this, because you get sort of overloaded. But I think what this shows you is that we are the only locality in the area that has this split system. We are donating or dedicating a lot of funds to our man sites and our compactor sites. At the same time, we have 25 unmanned sites. And that does not, these 25 unmanned sites don't count schools, don't count anything other than
just the dumpsters on the side of the roads. One little thing I will point out, and this is neither here nor there, but you can see under schools there, we are the only area that picks up the trash from the schools for free. Everybody else would have First Piedmont or somebody like that go out and pick it up. These are our hours of operation for our staff sites. And I put this in here so that we can, going forward, have a number to work on. Each site is open 78 hours a week. So when you look at staffing, it's 78 hours a week times, and we pay minimum wage at the sites times minimum wage. And that tells you how much it costs to run sites, which actually is very inexpensive in relation to things, to a lot of other things that we fund. And the sites are open every day.
Jeff, are we having any trouble getting help and retaining help?
We are at the landfill, and in drivers, the sites are the only place that we do well. But our sites are staffed by 99% retirees. They're all, I mean, I say this, I don't have a bad one. Everybody there is great. Everybody, usually I'm getting, you know, somebody that's run a business, somebody that's worked somewhere 40 years, ex-military, so on and so forth. And they take their job seriously. They keep the sites clean. They do a great job. Now, drivers and on the landfill, I think I'm gonna get to that in a minute.
Okay, I don't want to jump ahead.
Yeah, let's wait, because it's a good slide.
Well, let me ask you one other question.
Okay.
I know that these sites are staying open a lot on like holidays and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Is that a problem?
I'd rather not, but I don't see a way around it. If we could get to, and this is gonna come out in the presentation.
All right, I'll
If
just
we
wait.
could get to all manned sites and reduce the amount of unmanned sites we have, I think eventually we could get to where we could close on holidays. And as far as the sites go, that's something we'd have to work out over time. We might be able to, it's say like in Gills Creek, you have 3 sites, I believe. Maybe 2 would be open Christmas, and 1 would be closed. And that one would have been open in Thanksgiving, so something like that. Something like that. But that's way down the road, way down the road.
Mr. Cundiff, hold on, Mr. Cundiff, do you have a question for him?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was really gonna wait till you got to the end. I just thought I'd put my name in ahead of time.
Okay.
But I mean, I'll wait till you get to the end, then I nail you.
Okay. 10-4.
I'm just
10-4.
picking.
I wouldn't expect any more.
I'm just picking.
Yes, sir. And I do apologize. This slide is just full of things. But I had a lot of information to try to get into, but I've given you the presentation so you can read it over. But there are many benefits to having compaction sites and staff sites. And the overall is safety and cleanliness and controlling our waste stream. We need to get, I love all the contractors to come to the landfill, and I need more. I need everybody to come to the landfill, at least all the contractors. And here, we talk about operational cost. That $68,000 is salary and operational cost, and that is, I went back and looked at everything, average of electric, trash bags, little incidentals and stuff like that. And we went ahead and used $13.50 an hour because minimum wage will go to $13.50 in 2025. We propose that we move over the next 3 years to all staff sites. That
How long did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
next 3 years.
Next 3 years, okay, thank you.
And
In next year, I would like to get Pinhole, Pinhook, Grassy Hill done. Grassy Hill, y'all have went a long way towards that, and I believe we'll progress with that quickly. I plan to have that bid out by January, sometime in January, and have it close in maybe March. And then we'll move on. It'll just be boring under the ground and putting the power in. We actually already have the building for Grassy Hill. So if you guys are amenable, then we will proceed with those 3 sites this year. Here is probably what I should have this probably should have been the whole presentation. But I'll let you take a minute. That $413,699 is if we did 6 sites. That would be what the additional labor and operational costs would be. So that's the 3 this year and then 3 next year. And I need to get one in your area, one in Ronnie's area. We have a plan for your area already. But I will be happy to work with you and Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Thompson to develop, try to find some areas. The issue is we don't want to go out and just tell people, yeah, we're looking for land. Because every bit of land will then be like what we've run into so far, no, it's $60,000. And no, we can't do that. So I would prefer to convert sites that we have, like Pinhook, Pinhole.
Jeff, just a quick question on the chart. Are these projected savings based on one site?
No.
Is this 3?
This is 6.
All right, so this is.
And this is actually, and what I need for y'all to understand, this is also closing all the unmanned sites.
So this is closing all the unmanned sites. You're gonna have a cost increase. Well, you're not gonna have a cost increase, I guess, is what this is saying. The minus $414,000. That's what you're gonna save?
That's the outlay.
That's the outlay.
The
Okay.
savings is broke down. You'll have an overtime savings and holiday pay savings. Right now, on the landfill and as a driver, every schedule has built-in overtime. Every driver has to work at least half the holidays. Everybody on the landfill has to work at least half the holidays. So we are just, and I'm not thinking that we'll be able to cut that out altogether. This is just modifying that. Part-time salaries, that's on cleanup. Roll-off truck, what that is the savings between buying a roll-off truck and buying a front loader. We just bought one, and they raised the price on us while it was under contract. It came in at $344,000. I had Jake price out a new roll-off truck, and it was $258,000. So I'm proposing if we do this, we won't have to buy any more front load trucks because we have enough. I ran 200 boxes in Martinsville with 2 trucks. The difference is every one of those sites that you went to was at a business. They knew that you didn't overload a dumpster, you didn't have stuff sitting around, it wasn't blocked, so on and so forth. It had to be. Right now, my drivers go out and we try to send inmates with them because you're gonna see when I get to the pictures, they get to the boxes and it's just horrible.
Yeah.
It's true. He's right. Fuel savings because the roll-off truck gets a better fuel economy than the front loader, and we'll be able to schedule it better because you only go pick up the compactors when they're full. We've got to go to the boxes every day because you never know what somebody's put out there. Obviously, if you're driving less miles, and you have less trucks on the road, your maintenance will decrease. And
Tim?
the increased revenue at the bottom, I believe, is a conservative figure. I have sat at Grassy Hill many days and watched. And there's no, and I'll say this too, if we do this, and we don't go all the way, and we leave Algoma open, out in Callaway, which is way out there. It's a long way to get there. There's some contractors that'll drive out there just to save going to the landfill.
All right, Mr. Thompson.
Jeff, with this proposal that you've got, are we gonna be able to keep it within what we were originally planned, within 5 miles of each other?
Yes, sir.
Have you got that coming up?
It's right here. And what I've got the ones that we know of that we can do. We'll have to find some in your district and your district and in your district. If we go ahead and develop these, Snow Creek School, Old Chapel Road, Pinhook, Penn Hall, that will cover there. And actually, that little piece right there between the landfill circle and the rest is actually covered by the landfill because there is a site on the back of the landfill and it's far enough away that if you did the circle, it would cover it. I did not include the landfill in this because the landfill I'm not going to touch per se. The 2 sites at the landfill will remain open and they're not in the discussion today. I'd like to modify those going forward and make them better sites.
So I agree with you. I like what you're talking about, and not to take anything away from Snow Creek District here, but there's 3 proposed man sites for Snow Creek, but there's just about, if you look at this large area, which is mostly my district, over here on the left, my constituents are going to have to drive the Wade Park or the Grassy Hill or Boone's Mill site.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I have a potential site in your area,
Okay.
but I haven't really spoke to the landowner that much, so I didn't want to, I was hoping we'd get by that. I have a plan for that, yes.
Yeah.
I want to have 2 sites in your district.
Yeah. The reason I bring it up, you've got 3 proposed for this whole right side of the county.
Right.
According to this picture, it'd be nice if maybe pump the brakes on at least one of those to try to at least get one back in my district, because we closed down. I remember the one at Bethlehem and Dillon's Mill had a problem with legal dumping, trash getting in people's yards. We closed that one down for respect to those families right there. And then I understand the whole retreat road. And,
Right.
Well, it's actually Bethlehem and Callaway. It's not
Bethlehem and
retreat, but we call it a
Callaway.
retreat spot.
Yeah.
I understand the danger of the truck there, but if this is the 3-year plan, the Blackwater constituents are going to have a long ways to drive to one of these man dumpster sites if that's where. And I think the only one really in this area right here, kind of on the middle left, is the one up off of, I guess it's Dillon's Mill, right?
There's one up there, and there's one, and Algoma's on the other end of that road.
There is
Then
a
we
couple
have-
spots right there at the little bridge on Algoma.
Right, then
Yeah.
we have, yes, the Callaway site,
Yeah.
which is actually a large site. And 2 of the dumpsters from Retreat will just move to Callaway. If you look at it on the Google Maps view, it shows, I think, 8 or 9 dumpsters. Right now, it's got 6. But it's got room, it's as big as Grassy Hill. It's got room for 12 or 15. So we'll have that one. And it's like I said, I will work with Marshall to find, I want 2 sites in your district.
Okay.
And then we need to find another site in Farrow.
You're gonna need 2 in my district.
Yeah, Ferrum
You're
and
gonna-
another
You're gonna
site.
need one in Henry and one in Endicott, because, I'll just tell you this, I'm not sitting here saying that people in Endicott are gonna have to drive over to Ferrum, because they're not gonna do it. They're gonna go down every gravel road in that section, and you're
Yeah.
gonna find trash thrown over every bank, all along. I remember Franklin County before we had dumpsters. Every community had their own little landfill, and it was down every gravel road, and it was a mess, it was unsightly, and I do not want to see it, and I will not sit back and lose our dumpster sites and allow that to happen. Now, we're gonna have to get vigilant. Now, Don Smith and I have talked to people in Henry trying to find properties to purchase. We had one person offer to sell us some, and he's backed out. We've talked to people because the Henry site is terrible, and the majority of that's coming out of Henry County.
It is, and if you will look, Henry County does not have a collection site on that end of
No,
Henry County.
they don't, and they all flow right up into Franklin County.
They rely on us. And I myself, I love the Endicott site. It is, but it's just not.
That site is tough, but.
And I have ridden all
Oh,
around.
I have too.
Yeah.
But before we move it, before we close them down.
Right.
I wanna have replacements open, because people are not gonna drive from Endicott to Ferrum to throw their trash away.
Well, let me throw Jeff a bone here. So, I think me and Tim are kind of seeing the same thing, but like,
Right.
let me clarify the question. This is the 3-year plan, but like, we're not shutting down any of these manned dumpster sites unless they fall within these circles. The proposed, like these new circles here, like for the Snow Creek district, for example, these are mostly in Snow Creek. They're all in Snow Creek, actually.
Yes, and the positive about those sites, in the Snow Creek district, is that in Sago, we own 3 acres. We already own it. It is already a dumpster site. It has power to it. All I got to do is put up a fence. And the only thing I need for Sago is employees. That's it. Snow Creek, same way.
But you're not closing any of mine down until you can get some
No,
new
sir.
spots. Okay,
That's why we're doing a 3-year plan.
gotcha.
I'd like to come up with a plan and the only thing I want to get through this, but the only thing I'm really asking you today is, can I proceed on Pinhall, Pinhook, and Grassy Hill? But, I understand the issues, and as I said, I'm looking forward to working with you, Ms. Thompson, and Mr. Jameson,
We'll find
to
some land.
find sites to.
You tell me where you want it, and I'll find it.
The problem with Ferrum, though, is that Ferrum got stuck right in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And if you look at that circle, it eats up most of your district. I think, and I don't want to say too much in the meeting, I think that there might be somewhere around Endicott, and we can go down there and look at it. But yes, I don't want to say too much, because then it'll be $1 million.
I know.
No,
Continue on.
that's not in Franklin County.
All right. Well, I think that we've covered everything, but I'm gonna go through it anyway.
Go ahead.
All right, so the red is the expenditure, and we put this in red because this is continuous operating expenditures. You gotta have this every year. This is salaries, and this is electricity and everything for the sites. The blue is where we project that we will save money, and I really think increased revenue, once we get all these sites closed and get the contractors coming into the landfill. Henry County picked up, in the first year they did it, they picked up $170,000 in just revenue from contractors. And I think we'll do better. I really do. So projected savings, the first year we have everything done is $161,000. And the bottom line, and this is the reason I did this whole thing, is that staffing at the landfill is critical right now. We've had one hire in 12 months. When we have 2 people out, it's critical. Barry's working 60 hours a week. And everybody's got, I don't know, everybody loves overtime, but not when it's mandatory.
Yeah.
And all of them, and we've interviewed 4 people, as it says in this, and they turned us down when they heard the schedule and the salary. And this is what we've said throughout this presentation. We can cut our front loads down from 5 days a week to 1 or 2 days a week. And it would be. And that's where I could potentially leave a green box down in Endicott, because that'd be the turnaround in that.
Yeah.
But we'd have to find a place. That road is still, it's eventually gonna be an accident. If you're in the truck backing out in the road and you cause somebody to run into you and it kills them or it maims them, I can't even imagine the lawsuit that the county's up against there. Once again, this is just basically what we've been saying all this time. But there in red, it does limit the access of the sites to Franklin County residents, and that's what we want. These sites should only be for residential trash, recycling. It should not be couches. It should not be brush. This is Penn Hall. After I had Don go down there and clean it up 2 weeks later. And bless your heart, does nobody burn wood anymore?
You know,
Let me see if this, I don't know if this will
Mr.
work.
Chairman,
There we go.
Jeff, you know, I just thought about something, and the sheriff was very amenable to this when we were talking to him about these school resource officers. You know, school's gonna be closed the next couple of weeks. There's gonna be several officers out there. Maybe we need to get staff to look into that, talking to the sheriff and, doing some task force work.
And
Right
that is a positive, positive thing, and I was gonna bring up, not today, but, when we did budget, that we need to look at, chapter 18 of the code, because actually our penalties are fairly lax. For example, if you're caught bringing in trash from outside the county, the penalty is $35. Well, I pay $35 a month to get my trash picked up. So it's this gentleman is a pool contractor, and he's tore out a pool. There's the liner right there. He just worked himself to death, getting that off of there into the box.
Who took this video?
Jamie, one of my drivers.
He wasn't able to get a tag number?
No, he did
Okay.
not.
Well, I'll be honest with you, our court system don't favor that no way.
It doesn't,
No.
and
No,
this is what
you-
Don
you-
has told me from the beginning. It said, you can take these people to court, but the
Yeah.
judge is gonna slap them on the wrist.
Yeah.
Because there's so much other stuff going on.
Right.
Yeah.
If we don't protect ourselves, don't expect the court systems to do it.
No, sir.
It's pretty much like short-term rentals and stuff like that. Even though we've caught people doing it, they get slapped on the wrist and they go right back to doing it again. So if
Yes,
we
sir.
don't prepare
Yes,
ourselves with these sites, we just still open for what we got, which is mayhem.
Yes, sir.
Because the law will not, I will say the law, but the justice system does not favor the county as far as bringing some people to court for throwing trash out where it's not supposed to be, or misusing the dumpsters.
You are absolutely correct. And I'm not even sure that if we beef up the code, I mean, it's still, we don't get to decide the punishment.
That's true.
So,
I mean, you've hauled, what, 11 loads out from, Dillard Hill
to date, we've hauled 22.
today? But I meant to, in one day, I think you've hauled 11 loads
Yes.
out. And people see them, you got signs up,
Yes, sir.
you can even put cameras up, and they'll destroy the cameras.
Yes, sir. They,
Yeah, they slick.
they
slick.
took the sign at Penn Hook.
Yeah. And the thing of it is, If you close this site, they'll move to another site. So you're gonna almost have to do away with all the dumpsters, period, as far as not having a manned site.
You do, and Henry County did that. They just did it all at once. And I can tell you, being a Henry County resident, it was not pleasant. It was not. We had basically grassy hill at the end of our road, Dillon's Fork. And one day it was there, one day it was gone. But the advantage of what we're doing, we're gonna do it over time. And we still are open 7 days a week. We're open 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. We're open 10 hours a day on Saturday. We're open 8 hours a day on Sunday. And most other localities are closed on Sunday and have far less hours than we have on Saturday. So we are,
Ms. Smith has a comment.
Jeff, if I may, I don't want to interrupt your
no,
presentation.
you go ahead. I'm done, but I'm just showing
Okay.
the pictures.
Okay. Is it possible, and I'm thinking maybe as you work towards budget, is it possible for us to look at a spreadsheet that addresses what we're currently spending? You know, like in a spreadsheet format on the unmanned sites versus how that's going to transition in terms of the cost savings, but being able to demonstrate the cost variances between a manned and an unmanned site, and then lay it out in a way that we'll know what to expect each year during budget for those implications on expenditures as you close the unmanned sites.
I will do the best I can.
Okay, and from my perspective, and I'm like a fish out of water, if you will, with some of this stuff. It seems to me that the unmanned sites are just inviting too much trouble. They're costing us money, and we're not able to manage them properly because they are unmanned.
Correct.
By definition. So, from my perspective, it seems that we would be much more efficient moving to geographically, strategize sites that are manned, where we make sure all the citizens have good access. Have those sites monitored, whatever it takes to do that. And I really do think, and I think we've gotten spoiled as a county with, Sundays being open and holidays. I think that we are going to have to go back. Our folks are going to they need to be able to depend on some holidays to be off with their families, period. Our public safety folks works 24/7 no matter what. They don't know a holiday, right? I'm not sure that I can make the same extension and expression of that sense of immediacy to be open on Christmas Day at a dumpster site. Does that make sense?
That does, and that's why I think long-term, after we get this set, I put 16 up there because it could be 16, it could be 17, it could be 19 sites. But whatever we wind up with, I think for every holiday, every major holiday, half of them should be open, half of them should be closed. And we'll split it up in the districts. We'll make sure that there are sites in every district that's open. So you'll just have to drive a little bit on holiday.
Well, and there needs to be a balance, and I think that's what you're getting at, because the reality is if that is hamstringing you in terms of hiring,
Oh, yeah.
and people are looking and saying, gosh, you're not giving us any holidays, I'm walking away, I can go find something better.
And
We need to adjust our thinking to that.
right, and your point brings up something that actually, in the midst of all the questions, I forgot to bring up. Because what we need to do, and what this all is leading towards, is us being closed at the landfill on Sundays and closed on holidays at the landfill. This is the issue, and this is a major part of the issue we have with hiring. Because that built-in overtime and them knowing they've got to work at least half the holidays, we just don't get any operators.
Well, and the way we conduct business today and the cost of doing business today is not the same as it was 15 or 20 years ago.
It is not.
And when we, as a Board of Supervisors, look at sustainability of the services we offer, across the board, we're constantly looking, are we delivering services efficiently, keeping our eye on cost savings where we can achieve those, and that the services are qualitative for the citizens. The citizens are paying for this. We need to make sure the services are good services and they're responsive to the need. But I think the days are over of keeping things open on Sunday and all the holidays. I just don't think we can sustain that.
And I don't necessarily know that we should. I will say this. I would, and this, I don't live in Frank County, so I don't have a vote in this, but I would say, I'd like for you to leave at least some sites open on Sunday.
Of course, of course.
This is what I ran into when Henry County did this. I was working at either the water or wastewater plant, and it was 6 in the morning to 6 at night. So if I got off work, I was out of luck. It was closed already. I couldn't, fortunately there was a dumpster at the plant, but 6 to 1. But
And I would yield to your judgment on that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is where there are significant and systemic obstacles to hiring,
yes,
we've got to have people
yes,
to deliver these services.
yes.
So it's just like in public safety, we gotta peel the onion back and we gotta figure out what we need to do to attract good quality applicants and fill those spots. And some of those things that I've just discussed are some of is the low-hanging fruit that we
Now-
might need to take a look at.
Now, definitely, if we do this, we'll be able to close the landfill on Sunday. Now, right now, the landfill is not open to the public on Sunday, but it's open to us. Because our drivers go out and pick up on Sunday, and they have to bring back. So there's gotta be somebody on the landfill. You can't dump trash on the landfill unless you got somebody there to cover it up, basically, to process it. So we gotta have a man on landfill or 2 men on landfill. We gotta have 2 or 3 drivers every Sunday.
Well, Jeff, and suffice it to say, I'm very, bottom line supportive of what you're trying to do.
Okay.
I think that from my perspective, I think that you've got all the balls in the air appropriately, and I think you're looking comprehensively at the program. And when you break it down, that's where you can make the changes.
Yes, ma'am.
But for me personally, I think you're moving in the right direction, and we need to support you in that.
I will say this, for the spreadsheets you've asked for, some of that's gonna have to be speculative.
Understood.
Because it is a lot of it, especially where I judge the contractors. That's me sitting at Grassy Hill all day long, watching people come in there, or at the graveyard, or, let me run through these, and then we'll be done. This was, Lewis shot this out at Metwood. What really got me about this one was that there are several dumpsters that won't full. But they had to go ahead and dump that on the ground. This Metwood again, and somebody left us a bumper. And then, here we go. The issue is, when you get out there and you have these front load boxes picking up stuff like this will jam it up. So he'll go out there and pick it up, and he can't do anything else. He's gotta head on back to the landfill. So, and that just wastes fuel and time. Once again, this was obviously somebody doing a renovation, and they ripped out, I'm looking at that's some cabinets, and just come out here and threw it on the ground. This was, I don't know, an art project, I don't know, this was.
And Jeff, by the way, the where you've just, had demarcation for handicap and elderly, we need to make sure that when the elderly and the disabled take trash, that they can reach
Yes,
and get into the boxes.
yes. As a matter of fact, the design work that we're looking at Pin Hook, where the land does this, we're going to not grade it flat all the way. We're gonna put boxes on the low side. So if you've been to the landfill, when you come into the landfill, there are those boxes you can back your truck right up to and then just unload into that. But going forward, we will look to do that in every site that we can.
Yeah, because I know with the man sites, you have an advantage of maybe somebody working there to assist.
Yes,
Which I would highly encourage that to be part of our standard operating procedures with our employees. But also, there's gonna be people that just, I don't know if they have good access under those circumstances of being disabled or elderly.
correct.
But we
Correct.
need to make sure that we focus on that from my perspective.
Yep, and we do,
I just told him.
I'm getting a little lesson here.
Jeff, I have,
About bears.
I didn't hear what you said, but I bet I know.
Bears. I didn't even think of that. Good point. Good point, Mr. Thompson.
And we actually have to have a little balance in that, because some people, no matter what, you come up and say, can I help you? And they're just had a bad day and they just want you to get away from them, so. But 99% of the guys at the sites will, if they see somebody, they'll go help them.
Good.
Yeah.
Jeff, I got a quick question before I lose it. The slide where you had the expenses for these sites, does that include capital expenses for each site?
That does not include capital. I was going to leave that to the budget meeting,
Okay.
because there's at least for the sites that we're doing in 24, there will be 3 drastically different capital numbers.
Okay.
Grassy Hill will not cost nearly what Penn Hook is going to cost. Neither, and Penn Hall will not cost what Penn Hook is going to cost.
Right.
But yeah, I will give you very detailed capital numbers when we come to the budget meeting.
Okay. And my last question, do all these manned sites, do all of them accommodate landscaping, like brush or whatever?
They do not. We take brush in 2 sites.
Okay.
And I have another, I have something to bring up about that in the budget meeting as well.
Okay.
I have an idea about that, but that's, that's I don't want to keep y'all till 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, we're not going to be at 9 o'clock.
With the Penn Hall, site, would it be a manned site, would it be able to accept landscape debris?
We will discuss that. That will be up to the board's pleasure. As I
Okay.
believe it will be large enough if we decide to do it. The only thing I'll say about brush, and brush at a site is very inefficient. You're coming back with 500 or 600 pounds, and it doesn't matter if we send that truck out empty and tell it to come back empty, it's gonna get the same mileage. It's just very inefficient.
Jeff, ballpark, if you create all these sites, what do you think, and I'm not holding you to a number, this will reduce some of this outside construction garbage and stuff coming from outside the county, 10% of what y'all take in, or you think it's more than that?
Can I give you that number in budget?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I can't, my numbers are a little skewed right now because we've got the pipeline. And the pipeline has jumped our numbers up greatly, so I really need to go back and look at 2022 or 2023, maybe 2021, and see what those numbers are. But, the pipeline has just been,
I think it's gonna be a big number based on when I go by Grassy Hill and see the same stuff you've talked about.
yes, sir.
Naff Road, there's always a ton of construction debris at that Naff Road site. And when I've seen people dumping there, they're from Roanoke County or over that way.
I'm afraid that any of the sites that we have that are near the county borders are gonna be an issue. Most of what I'm showing you here today, these are from the graveyard, which is that site that's right down on 890. And I will tell you, from a Henry County resident point of view, when they closed the sites on us on Sunday, we rode up here. That's been 20 years ago, and I always felt like Franklin County was very nice because they didn't do that, but
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make sure, if it's the board's will, I really would like to see us, we don't have to wait to do this, to look at the penalty side with our ordinances, to get some suggestions based upon maybe some other locality metrics that they're using. But, a slap on the hands doesn't cut it.
no, ma'am, it does not.
And it's just like, when we were doing $100 on short-term rentals, no big deal. So I would really like to see us have some recommendations for fines and more punitive measures to deal with our sites.
If you would like, I'll be happy to look at some other local codes.
Yes,
And then give you some recommendations when we do budget.
I would like that.
That would be helpful.
If that's at the will of the board.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready to ask my, well, go ahead, man. No, go ahead.
Jeff, I liked your presentation, and you and I have talked about this for a long time and what we've got planned for Snow Creek. The only thing I don't like is it's 3 years, and we're talking about critical deals at the landfill right now.
Yes, sir.
We need to do things there now. And the only solution to this is for the whole county to do manned sites. And I agree with what Tim's saying, because I've heard it from a pile of people in my district, that they're gonna dump on the sides of the roads and whatever, and what have you. But the only way this gets fixed is if all sites go to manned sites and be able to close that landfill on Sundays.
Yes.
And it has to be, and it's not easy, but it has to be a cumulative effort from all of us to get them all to manned sites to fix this. That stuff there, and talking about employees, you know, overtime and everything's all good, but it's not hitting on much for a salaried employee at the landfill. And we need to be looking at things also that on trash we're taking in free, and being able to reduce you guys' workload now to fix these problems before they become even worse.
I would love to do that. I'm not discounting what you said, but the same thing was said in Henry County. When they did it, and it didn't turn out that way. There is one thing in the code, and I'm not saying this is good or bad or whatever. If trash gets dumped on your property, it's your responsibility.
And I'm not gonna sit up here on this side of the desk and agree to allow these sites to be closed until we have a viable alternative, because I'm not gonna sit back and when they start dumping on these back roads, I'm not gonna come in and say, I told you so. I'm gonna come in and say, we're gonna have to fix it. Because we're not gonna put that off on the landowners. Now, if we prove the landowner's the one dumping the trash, then that's different. But majority of the time, that's not gonna be the case, and that's not gonna be something that I'm gonna be willing to put on our landowners. And before I see that happen, we're gonna fight it out tooth and nail. I'm not gonna let these sites get closed until we have a viable solution. And what I mean by that is making sure we cover these areas. And I think you've got a good plan, and I think we gotta give it a chance to work, but I'm not gonna say, that it didn't happen in Henry County, so it's not gonna happen up here. I'm not willing to take that chance.
And the reason I brought up the homeowner is I believe the homeowner would get, or the landowner would get more out of prosecuting than we would.
Well, I've been on that side, a couple of years ago, several years ago. I was at home with the flu, and I got called by a neighbor that there was a contractor throwing shingles in a dumpster. This is when I worked for the sheriff's department. So I get out of bed, go down there. I hope I gave the guy the flu, because I charged him, and he was fined $50 for throwing his garbage into our dumpster, and he was a contractor out of Henry County. Now, about 2 years ago, I saw another contractor throwing trash, garbage, and it was contract material, lumber, in a dumpster there at Henry. I took his picture of him and his tag number and forwarded it to the sheriff's department, and I haven't heard anything back. And that was 2 years ago.
The first brush slide I've got right here, actually, I didn't put it in this. Those series of pictures shows the contractor's truck and his phone number, and the driver got out and talked to him. And he told the driver that they come from a Franklin County resident's property, and that resident told him that he could come and dump it here. So I called him and told him that was not the case. So there's a story for every one of these. I'm just here presenting. Y'all do what you want to. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think you told Mr. Tatum that the new operating savings expenditures does not include new capital, or does include?
It does not.
Does not
It does
include
not.
capital, okay. So you're not sure what the required capital fund, if not, where are the required capital funds coming from?
I have a budget for site development.
Okay.
So I could fund right now a couple of sites. I could fund what we've proposed.
All right. Here's what I got out of your summary, and I think you did an excellent job.
Okay.
Excellent job. I'm proud of you. Anyway, number one, DEQ. If we ain't careful, they'll step in and close every site you got that's open site. Because I have been to the 2 sites in my district and picked up trash.
Yes, sir.
And if you're not careful, DEQ can step in and say, okay, do away with them.
Yes, sir.
Then they're gonna force you to do something. Number 2, blocking traffic. I've delivered farm equipment. I got a ticket one time because the guy had a cutout in the fence, to pull in. But my truck was so long, the tail end hung out. Well, a woman come along, hit the tail end of it, and I was just trying to open the gate. Guess who got the ticket?
You did.
I did.
Yes.
Yeah, and I went to court. The judge looked at me and he said, I'm gonna tell you something, son. He said, I'm gonna stop y'all from blocking side the roads.
Right.
So that's gonna happen. Number 3 is, how much less trips will be made by using compactors? You can cut it off half in 2, can't you?
It's about a 1 to 5.
1 to 5,
Yeah.
okay, well, that's even
And
better.
if it's good compaction and it's just domestic, it's 1 to 7. But somebody's always gonna put a chair or something in there.
Yeah,
Somebody put a deer in a cardboard compactor last week. But anyway,
all right,
we have a lot of crazy things.
I got number 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Don't leave me yet.
Yeah.
Okay, open sites, all they do is create overtime and expenses, and like you said, cause us more chance of getting our trucks involved in accidents. Number 5, the law doesn't punish people for dumping outside the dumpsters or how they do it. So we gotta do something ourselves.
Yes, sir.
And I think one of the most important things is, and Ms. Smith touched on that, was that, I have tried to help the elderly. When I go to a dumpster site, trying to get a bag over 6 feet, and they just can't do it. And I'm fast getting out of the way myself. So we need to accommodate the elderly also in whatever we do and how we do it, and I think compact station is the best way to go.
Yes, sir. The guys are more than happy
Yep.
to help out.
Well, like I said, I greatly appreciate your presentation. Did an excellent job. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think I'm done unless anybody else has any more questions. I will definitely get that information for you for the budget,
Thank you.
both on the code and a spreadsheet for you.
So, Mr. Chairman, do we need to do a motion?
I would, I need to,
You
if
need
y'all
some go
would
ahead.
you allow me to proceed on the 3 sites that we've talked about today?
So moved. You got it, buddy.
Do we need a motion, or what do we need for that?
Yeah, I think we do.
I think we do.
Yeah.
So you want to move ahead with,
Grassy Hill,
can you go back to the previous slide, please?
I went the wrong way.
Grassy Hill, Penn Hall, and Penn Book, correct?
Yes, yes. And I will need to come back and talk to you one more time about Penn Hall, but that'll be a quick one.
So what is the action you're asking for those 3 sites?
I'm trying to word it all in one, and I think Chris is trying to talk, but I don't know if he can.
Maybe Chris can
Could
come
I
in.
proceed with implementation of the existing plan for Grassy Hill and the design plan for Penn Hall and Penn Hook?
No.
Hold on. Maddie, can you get Chris to come up?
While you're studying that, what's the cost difference between a front end loader and,
About $100,000.
between that and a dumpster truck?
And as I said, the last front end loader we bought, they came to us after the truck had been ordered and raised the price. And they said that it was force majeure for steel costs. So
How many dumpster trucks were we required to run if we go to the all dumpster site?
it's like probably 2. Like I said, I ran 200 in Martinsville with 2 trucks and
Okay.
1 reserve. We'll have 5 trucks. One of them brand new, one of them 4 or 5 years old.
Okay.
I don't foresee us buying another, once we do this, once we get all set up. But we may have to leave, one more dumpster site in your area, so that'll extend that route a little bit. But I don't see us buying another truck, another front-end loader truck for 10 years. And I'll never buy one because I'll be retired.
Thank you.
Mr. Whitlow, could you hear what, the question that was made about the motion that we need to make on this, or what action do you recommend on this?
Chris is at the
Chairman,
beach.
let me make sure that
He wishes.
I hate doing it over that thing, you can't hear nothing.
Gotta call and wake him up.
He's off mute.
They call me on the
It
cell
sounds
phone,
like to me he
speaker up.
just needs approval
Let
to
me ask.
complete the grassy hill and approval to continue forward with the, design phase and development of Pinhook and Pin Hall. He just needs a motion for that.
Yes.
Someone want to make that a motion? Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to complete the Grassy Hill site and continue with the design phase and development phase of the Pinhook and Pin Hall sites.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion before we take a final vote?
I didn't take that away from Mike, did I?
No, you didn't. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call on that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can I get who made the motion?
Ronnie Mitchell made the motion. Mike Carter seconded the motion.
Thank you.
That's my dumpster site.
Sorry, bear with me one second. All right, I will proceed with the roll call. Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right,
All right.
Merry Christmas, Jeff.
Thank you.
go forward and do good work.
I appreciate y'all sitting through that.
Put my present in the blue truck. Put my present in the blue truck.
10-4 time.
Got TCC
I was afraid
job.
that you was not gonna show up.
And I've been looking for property for the last 8 years in Henry. I'll get with you and we'll keep looking. I have a couple locations in mind.
Are we still in session?
Yes,
Yes.
I'll talk to you at the break.
okay. But we'll find something.
We'll find something.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Great, appreciate
And
it.
with that said, we're on schedule to take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and reconvene. All right, next on the agenda, we have listed for the further discussion, this based on some discussion we had last month in regard to the Rocky Mount Fire Apparatus funding, and it was asked to be tabled to this month to give Supervisor Ronnie Thompson a chance to weigh in on it. And we also have the fire chief from Rocky Mount that's here today, and I'm gonna ask him to come forward, and he has some information he wanted to share with the board to make sure that we had that information. So, Chief, if you'll come forward.
Yes, good afternoon or good evening.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. I know that information has been given to all the board members, and they've had a chance to, hopefully a chance to glance over it. I don't know if they've had a chance to dig into it, but
I
if
don't
you
think-
will,
yeah.
if you'll go through it, and if you have any questions, hold your questions until he gets done with his presentation, and then we'll try to get all the questions answered and get this taken care of.
I'm going to brief summarize what I gave you guys. I love to talk just as much as the last guy was up here, but I know that I need to not talk that much. And I know him very well, so I can make that comment. But,
Do you have an extra copy of that?
yes.
You probably already read it.
I guess I can approach the bench.
Yes, sir, thank you.
There you go.
First, I'll just say, I spent a lot of time to put this packet together, and the reason I felt the necessity to do it is, one, I know I'm not the financial advisor for my budget. The town is, and then with the county's support. So I was hoping to not be involved a lot in any discussions over money. So, because it puts me in an awkward spot, because I want to just give good service to all our citizens. That's my goal. So by putting this together, I kind of wanted to give you some history of the past capital that I know about with the fire department, so I put it in there. I wanted to give you some history of our membership and our growth. I wanted to give you explanation of a first due call area. I thought it was very important because I've had a lot of community citizens ask me, well, Rocky Mount just responds in the town limits. No, we respond in districts, and those districts are very confusing. So with some help, I took the magisterial district, and I've practiced saying that word for 3 weeks so I could say it right here correctly. I think I did a good job. And I took the first due response area map from public safety. So both of these maps are not maps that I created with my hand. I overlaid them, and I put my first due response district, and you have that map in your packet. You have a blown up version. And Mr. Thompson, yours may be a little hard to see because my copies aren't as clear as the ones that you guys have, but the blue portion that looks like a giant lake, that's my first due response area. A first due response area, that's where my fire department responds to vehicle accidents, fire alarms, trash fires, maybe a lawnmower on fire, assist a rescue squad, a single department response. So when you go back into your public safety SOGs, you can elaborate on that, and I'm not gonna spend time on that. That's where I go by myself, my department goes with maybe a rescue squad to provide service. Now, second due and third due areas are built off that by the borders of your first due area. Well, a structure fire, for those of you that don't know, if a structure fire went out right now in Ferrum, between Ferrum and Rocky Mount, dispatch is gonna sound kind of like this. Company 3, which is Ferrum, Department 1, which is Rocky Mount, and Company 14, which is Henry, respond to structure fire 4,000 block Franklin Street. What that means is, even though that's Ferrum's first due, I'm going on the initial response. So I wanted to clarify that because last time I wasn't here and there was some communication about like Ferrum College, and Mr. Carter had a good point. I think if Ferrum had the men to run it and the place to put it, we would give them our the ladder if they wanted it. We got a good relationship with them guys.
Chief Tater said he'd find a place to put it.
Yeah, it could end up down there for them. But they know when that initial response, our apparatus is coming. And the reason I say that's not just for a tower truck, it's a two-handed sword. If I have a fire in the outlying part of my district that's out of town limits, I rely on a tanker truck because I currently don't have one. All of my apparatus carries 1,000 gallons or less per truck. You've got tankers that you guys have bought that clap on, pat on the back to you guys. In this county, they're state-of-the-art to carry 2,500, 3,000 gallons of water. I depend on that resource. Just like they depend on my heavy rescue maybe, or they depend on my tower truck at Ferrum College. To not draw this out too far, we all rely on resources. Well, to clarify, last 2 years ago, I had town council approve the purchase of what we're calling a pumper tanker. That's not this tower truck. Those are two different trucks. That truck was bought, town council agreed to buy it for $1.1 million. It's 1.165 to be exact, with no contribution anywhere else but the town. There's no grant money on that truck. The town's buying that out of their piggy bank or financing it. So be however they do it. When we designed that truck, we kind of did something that was kind of neat that helped the county and the town. I'm getting rid of 2 of my engines to run this truck that has 3,000 gallons of water, a 2,000 gallon minute pump, and compartment space for any emergency to be handled for the first 15 minutes with no other resource anywhere that I go. In doing that, that gave the county another tanker in rotation that you guys know. The last one bought for the county, I think it was 600 some thousand. Now my truck's a little different. It hauls 6 men. And I need that in Rocky Mount because in my membership, I have 43 members. When my truck leaves the building, if there's a call right now, there's gonna be 4 to 6 guys on the first engine. The second truck's gonna leave with 2 to 3 guys. So I have to have room to transport them. So getting past that, I hope I clarified some of my district stuff. And like I said, I don't want to read everything here. This is for you to read. The current first due Rocky Mount district is in 6 magisterial districts. My first due response is in 6 districts. The only district I don't go to first due is my good friend Lori Smith. You're a little too far high up in the county for me to go first due. I wish I could, but I don't. I do come to you often second and third due. I point that out because I know you guys are voted by your magisterial district, and I respect that. And I know, like, Mr. Mitchell, you came in Snow Creek, and you've done a lot of good things down there. I think when you look at fire districts, all of you have multiple departments within your magisterial district. Some of you have 3 or 4 departments in your magisterial district. I personally have 3 Board of Supervisors that live in my first due district. So when we talk, I think there's been some confusion of Rocky Mount and county, corporate limits, county calls. I don't care about either one, to be frank with you. I care about my first due district and that citizen, because I swear an oath to protect that group of people. When I talk about that, I've got questions. I've got a lot of calls. I think you guys have in the last 2 months with all this, because it's become very publicized topic. We can all agree on that. I get questions from, like, some of my people in Doe Run area. Hey, what's going on? It's hard to explain because they're paying county tax and they're funding part of my operation, but none of my apparatus operations since '95. So I go further in this description to move on, and I try to explain this MOA or MOU, however you word it, because there's a lot of confusion in that topic. I've attached the MOA in this. The MOA was designed because Rocky Mount traditionally, for as many years as I can remember, and I'm not going to put a number on the years because I don't want to ever tell a lie, we've traditionally got $30,000 a year towards our funding. The rest of the county departments got anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000. We noticed that there was a difference there, and most people on this board supported the MOA when it came into fruition. We needed to get to par because, yeah, the town's trying to elevate a service in the township, but we're not at par because we weren't getting any funding towards fuel, utilities, loader insurance, regular insurance, stipend. Maybe one more. It's broke down in here for you. This board graciously said, hey, there's a problem there, let's fix it. And you guys did. And you fixed it to where I think the county wins, the town wins, and the town still assists to elevate some of our county service, even though it's not their responsibility. I should have brought water with me, but anyway. When I say that, stipends is what's laid out in here. The example I use is a quarter from 2022-23, which is in there. We paid stipend on 1,410 calls. We didn't run that in a quarter. We probably ran like 200, but when you add the 43 guys, and it's your call number. So of that quarter, 50% were ran outside of town limits. So in the MOA, that 1,410 was multiplied by $10 because that's your stipend amount for a county volunteer. And the MOA dictates it has to go by your price. Well, 50% of that's $5, okay? The town paid the other $5. Plus, the town gives us $12.50 a call at that time. So really, they paid $7.50 over your $5. Thank you, you're the best, to send us out of town corporate limits. So today, if that scenario repeats this quarter, with inflation, the town has raised our stipend to $15 per call, which still doesn't offset the cost to be a volunteer. Tim can answer that, and I'm not going to use Ronnie because it's kind of biased. He's on my department, so I'm not even going to look at him anymore. Today's rate, the town would pay 10 to the 5. The way the MOA works, if we run 60% in a quarter in that scenario, the county pays 6, the town picks up the other 4. The MOA works. It's a win for both of us. I hate that we've got to the public part with the capital contribution to the apparatus. I've talked to some of you personally. We all hate how it is, but it is, and it is what it is. And to defend the mayor of the town in a way. He set a term limit. He's got to do what he can do in that time. And if y'all know Holland, he's gas pedal down. So I'm kind of the same way in some stuff and some stuff not, but I want to see, and I propose to you today in this letter on the first part, to support Mr. Tatum's, I don't know if it's a motion or what you call it. I'm not very good at the business terms that you have. I know that may not be a possibility today. I don't know that this board has the votes to pass that today. I don't know if there's been enough education in what we're trying to do to make a correct decision today. I just ask that today you guys open a dialogue here, and I'll stand here as long as you want, or afterwards, or you can come to my house and I'll cook dinner for everybody, whatever. I want to work with you and answer all the questions we can, because I feel in the heart of every board member up here, you want to help contribute on this matter. Mr. Tatum said the best, no's not an answer. I just think you want to know you're making the right decision for your group that you represent, and I respect that. Just no different than I want to make the right decisions for the group I represent, and that's why I'm up here standing before you. I hope this helped you, and like I said, to read all these pages would be crazy. And I'll end with this, and then I'll take your questions. At the back of this packet is every truck that I own except for one, and that's a 2023 Tahoe that my assistant chief drives. I'll tell you this, the Tahoes are confusing. Some county departments are doing it now. We've seen in Rocky Mount, it makes a huge difference to get your command staff on scene, established, get your 360 done, get your assessment of life safe, the ability to save life. IDLH environments works great for us. If you go through, there's numbers under each truck that show you how much those trucks would be projected to replace. Those numbers are 3 years old. You can probably add 20% to each one of them. Starting next year, if you put a Cummins motor in it, you better go on and add about 40%, because thanks to our illustrious president, there's some new emissions laws coming to where it's going to jack the price through all of the motors in these big trucks. If you look at that, I don't think the answer to put us on the county rotation is in who of this board to do. I run 4 engines to every other station's 1 engine. I run a specialty 4-wheel drive response attack truck, which is kind of an engine. I run a heavy rescue. I run a small utility. I run a tower truck. I run 3 support vehicles. To put that into the county rotation would hurt my fellow volunteers that I rely on every call. In Ferrum, Boones Mill, everywhere throughout this county, all the way to Scruggs, because Dempsey comes in and has my back a lot of times. Putting me in that rotation would hinder you for a couple reasons. One, the apparatus I run, I got a lot of life left in it, but a lot of my stuff is old right now. It's getting ready to need replaced in the next 3-4 years. These trucks are not cheap. The engines that I run will be projected to be $1 million plus by the time they need to be replaced. I don't know much about your deal. I kind of understand it. I know it's supported on the other end. I think it gets the county a capital contribution to Rocky Mount Fire Department and takes you out of a capital contribution for a 20-year plan. I don't know. I don't know if I read it right. But it lets you attribute to me, take care of me and my apparatus, but still not alter your other plan to continue your apparatus rotation throughout this county, which is needed. Because like I said, and I'll to the end of the day, this county has the best volunteers in this country, if you ask me. And I'll take any of them from any department. We'll mix a group up, throw them on a truck, and we're going to put that fire out or save your life if it needs to happen. And I wholeheartedly believe that. Last thing I'll hit on, I'm glad the town bought the truck and has already ordered it. I know you guys know that. It was done to save money due to the emission motor upgrade. I will swear to you on my child's life, it was not a stunt just to get what I want. I bought a stock unit that I cannot customize, but to a certain point. And any of you that know me personally know I love to customize things. And I am a very good flea market shopper to trade off to get it for no cost. I can't do that with this truck. I'm glad the town did what they did, because the truck I have now has probably had close to $300,000 worth of maintenance in the last 10 years. Over $250,000, because the truck was bought by a great mind back then, and great people back then thought computers were the way of the future. And we have learned they are not in some way, some sense things. The new truck has went back to a lot of manual configuration and will alleviate my maintenance cost, which is far and above. And if you look in your MOA, maintenance is not one category that you have to contribute to for the town of Rocky Mount the way it stands. The maintenance portion for the town of Rocky Mount is budgeted around 15 to 18,000, and I've exceeded it the last 2 years by probably 7 to 8,000. By no fault of my own, just by the cost of price of parts and getting them delivered. I think I speak when the town's happy with the MOA, and so is the fire department. I'm happy and gracious with everything you give us. I would like to see Tim's proposal go forward and be voted in, but I'd like to see that with clear conscience by each board member and a unanimous decision if it was done today. I know sometimes we can put personal things into decision making, or we may need to decide things that only affect our district. The purchase of this truck affects every district here. I can guarantee you that. Because at some point, it could change the difference of saving or not saving a life in your district. I just ask you today to do what's best in your mind and in your discussions to help support the department I care so much about and your taxpaying citizen, as well as the towns and the people I promise to protect. And with that, I'm pretty much done with anything I thought I could say, but I'll answer any question any of you have for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the chief? Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Woodrow, and I appreciate all you guys do. I was just looking at the back of your brochure, these engines, and it says replacement date. Are these past you being replaced?
Engine 1 and Engine 1A, there are the trucks being replaced by the pumper tanker bought by the town. And I'm glad you asked that, because we used to go buy a fire truck and you get it about 8 months later. No. We ordered this truck 2 years ago, and it's not going to come till 2025. It's that far out to build them. So Engine 1 and Engine 1A is being replaced by a truck that should give me a service life of 30 years. I hope. Not many fire chiefs are going to give away 2 trucks to get one. I'm really conscious about money. I really do care to not overspend. And like I told Lori, I'm not about wants, I'm about needs.
What will happen to the old trucks?
The old trucks are basically, for the wish of our department, we'd like to see those trucks go to a underfunded part of Virginia. I don't want to talk bad, but like Giles or somewhere where they're running trucks from the 60s. They're not fortunate enough with the funding like the county and the town has to follow an FPA recommendations and standards. And as a firefighter, we're a brotherhood no matter where we're at. And we'd like to see those 2 pieces of apparatus be given to somebody that can elevate their system. And I think you guys would probably agree with that, unless it was needed somewhere here. I don't think those will fix any of your current truck issues because they're kind of the same date frame.
Yeah, just curious.
No, good question.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead.
I got a,
No, you go ahead. Please.
I'd rather talk to you, Mr. Thompson, than Mr. Mitchell. He gets out of control.
I've got a couple questions.
Sure.
First off, you keep saying your trucks. Are they yours?
Well, no, I say,
But I'm confused here.
I say my trucks just meaning I'm the elected chief of the Rocky Mount Fire Department. So when I'm saying mine, I guess that's just a bad trait from being in the fire service 20 years. The trucks belong to the taxpayer ultimately. The 95 Pierce Engine 1A, I guess, is a co-purchase from 1995 between the board and the town. The rest of them, I would say, on paper, belong to the town of Rocky Mount on a title, but ultimately they belong to the taxpaying citizen, I would say. Sorry for me saying it wrong. I think it's just a bad habit.
And then I know that on numerous occasions, we've had discussions about the town cooperating with the county, with public safety. That's basically, it's not gonna happen. So how in the world can you expect the board, me, to support you when you're not gonna play ball fairly?
I think we play ball good with public safety. I think Chief Luderman's here. I think maybe some of the topic we get to, The town fire department doesn't want to come under the public safety umbrella for separate reasons other than egotistical ones, and I want to make that clear. Our insurance levels on our trucks are insured different than the county trucks are. Unfortunately, in 2010, Posey Dillon and Danny Altus lost their life in a fire truck. That truck was probably worth $5,000, and due to the way they're insured by the town, we got a $565,000 replacement truck full of equipment. Within the town limits, we set our own standard operating procedures and guidelines, which are actually elevated above the counties. Rocky Mount Fire Department is the only fire department within this county as a volunteer that requires a physical agility test and a doctor's physical checkoff to join. I don't think it's a lack of not working together. I think Mr. Ludeman's here, and me and him haven't seen eye to eye on some topics, but I think he would be willing to come up and say, when it comes to matters on the street or at a fire, an incident, an accident, a wreck, assisting a rescue squad, there is no complication on the ground level between the great career staff here or the volunteer, because I'm an avid career supporter, Mr. Thompson, so you know.
You just made the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay?
The problem is not with the guys doing the work.
Right.
Everybody's out there.
Right.
But all of this other political stuff is where it gets bogged down and doesn't need to be there.
Correct. I agree 100%.
The threats and we're gonna do this and do that and not wanting to work together, there's where I have heartburn.
I understand 100%. I agree with you there. That's why I felt necessary for me to come here and plead to you to make a decision based on the service I provide to the taxpaying citizen and not any political part of it or any bad light, because I hope, we don't know each other very well, but I hope when I leave here today, you know I care about every citizen in this county as much as I do as my own family. And that's why I do what I do. It's in my heart. It's not for any kind of financial gain, because I don't gain anything there.
I have no more questions.
Ronnie Mitchell.
I'll have some comments when it's
Okay.
our turn to comment, but I have no more questions.
Okay. Ronnie Mitchell.
So we're gonna hold comments for a little bit later. We're just asking questions now. Okay, I'll just hold my comments.
Anyone else have any questions for Chief Woodrow? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Thank you guys a whole bunch. And like I said, thank you for taking this and making it a priority for us. I really appreciate it. And I'll be sitting right here if you need me again. I'm more than willing to come back and talk a little bit if you need me to.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for your service, Chief. All right, Board? Some of you have comments. Now's the time for those comments.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go first since it's my district.
Okay.
I got called out on social media for not supporting the town. I want everyone to know I put the Rocky Mount Fire Department in just as big a place as I do all the other county departments. My intent was to support them. I got one vote, and I'll use my vote to support you. As far as the rest of the board, they can make their own decisions, and that's all I have to say.
Mr. Mitchell?
No, I'll go last. Matter to me.
Okay, go ahead, Ronnie.
I asked a couple questions there because they were on my mind. I have been accused of not supporting the fire departments and the volunteers, and that's a lie. And I'll call down anybody. For 38 years in my life, I've run too, as a policeman and a volunteer, what everybody else has run from. And I refuse to be bullied around and everything. So I do support the volunteers. We can survive without the volunteers, but our tax rate is gonna go to 190 like it's in Roanoke County, 122 like it's in the city. It's gonna do all of that and go up there with that. So with that being said, I thought we made a really good proposal a couple months ago. The entire board supported that. And then we were ridiculed over that. That gives me heartburn. We'll sit there, and then these meetings that I didn't go to, not going to go to them, because I belong to the Franklin County Board of Supervisors. And it's a board, not a committee. And I think that what has happened here is the politics has gotten plumb out of hand. And what the task at hand is forgotten. That's what we need to do. We need to quit fussing and fighting arguing and come together as a community to work together to resolve these. I think, first of all, right now, to come up with money today, we're premature because we got to wait till the budget comes in. This is ahead of us because the town is going to be looking at the same thing the county is. And the county's getting way out with where we have spent. And we got to work together with this and work on this and get our ducks in a row. And that's what I'm saying. Yes, I support fire, rescue, police, and all of this. But we got to, this is a time in our community, and we're at a crossroads that we've never been here before. When you got the state and the federal coming in saying that we need to do this, they're gonna cut back, and then they're gonna dump it, not only on the Franklin County Board of Supervisors, but on the Town of Rocky Mount Town Board. They're gonna be dumping this, and then we're the ones that's got to be the bad guys and go back and talk to and sell this to the constituents, our constituents. So I think we gotta wait and work this out. We went ahead and got the truck anyway. So there we are. I think we're way ahead of time until budget time. We can sit down and work this out. All this money that everybody thinks the county's got, we don't have it. Yeah, it's there, but it's there for other funds. That's how we can get the money and borrow the money that we can. Because of that, these things can be worked out if it's done properly and within time. That's all I got to say.
All right. Ron Mitchell.
Yeah, so I thought, Chief, just full disclosure, yes, I am the captain of the fire department. I think it's important that the citizens know that. I think the chief, I like the map that was put in the packet. It does show that we do respond first due to 6 of the magisterial districts. Second due, we go to all 7 for sure. But you know, I hear what Mr. Thompson's saying. You know, speaking as a supervisor, not a member of the fire department, I don't know why the county board would want to have the Rocky Mount Fire Department under their rotation. We have 11 pieces of apparatus. I think Tim's proposal is good for the county and the town. I'm a little jealous that he came up with it and I didn't. It's the second time he's done that to me since I've been on the board when it comes to my volunteers. But I mean, we've got 11 trucks, like Chief said. We've got some that are going to be coming due for replacement again. But you know, I would love to hear some more comments. And you know, when the rubber meets the road, when we're out there on these calls, there is no there's no fighting. There's no childish behavior between the paid staff and the volunteers. You know, it's on the, you know, like Mr. Thompson said, it's on the political side that when it gets ugly. But I would love to see, first of all, hear the comments from the rest of the board before we make a decision on what we're going to do today. But you know, I think it's a good deal for the county to go about it this way, and I think Tim's proposal makes a lot of sense to me. So I'll open it back up to the other board members. So,
Yeah. Any more comments on this side? Go ahead, Mr. Mitchell.
I'd like to echo what Mr. Thompson said on, and I said before, this is a budget time discussion. And also just to say things that we've already spent when you look at what we all agreed on for the SROs for our schools in 28, that's going to be over $2 million pay that we have to do. And then it goes, and that's going from 2027 being under $1 million. Then in 2029, it goes up to 2.3 million. Plus, and that actually makes what we just heard about the CPI index for the schools not sound as bad when you go to thinking about 3.3 million, 2.3 million, and it adds up, and the chicken's gonna come home to roost. And this is a budget. I'm not saying the town doesn't need it. but this is a budget discussion. And, you know, and true, so maybe we'll carry over these grants and stuff, but I'm not talking hypotheticals, because I think our staff does a great job of a conservative budget, and they don't play in hypotheticals. We all came together and voted for that initial offering of the $50,000 a year. We all agreed on it. And I would like to know where we stand as far as that's concerned, on whether or not that's still out there, or since it was rejected, and where we stand on that. And this thing has gotten out of hand, and I wondered, I'd be willing to make a motion to rescind that $50,000 offer, just so it's off the board. Since it was rejected anyway, I'd like to make it official.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. If there's no other comments, I do have a comment.
May I?
Go ahead.
You're probably going to hear some things from me that I said the last time, and I think most of you all that know me know that what I say I really own. This whole matter has been unlike anything that I have seen in my political career of over 30 years. It's been exploited. It has gotten personal, and it's been very disingenuous to the process between two governing boards. In my opinion, any discussion that merits consideration of funding, whether it be on the operational or on the capital side, should have originated and should have come under the auspices of having an MOU or MOA, whichever it is, in place. That MOA is the standing agreement of how we're going to function with Rocky Mount Fire Department. This conversation got a life of its own, independent of looking at the structure that's in place and a process in place that would have been appropriate. And the backroom, discussions, agreements, none of that helps any of us. It's disingenuous, it's disrespectful to the process and to the people that we serve. So from my perspective, the answer to this for me is, this is a discussion that needs to take place between both boards when we can take a breath, we can remove the emotion and all of the personalities involved, and it may take some time to get there. This needs to be a discussion that's objective around the relationship between Franklin County Public Safety and the Town of Rocky Mount Fire Department, and to get the information out on the table with both bodies sitting around the table, understanding what it is we do today, how can we be better, what's not working, are there redundancies. That conversation needs to address matters of operating expenses, and it needs to address matters of capital expenses. The MOA or MOU is what it is today. Is it valid in today's business environment and the way we choose to conduct business? Probably, I think that could be a question. But we don't know that, so what are we doing? We're in a dispute with two elected boards, which is not graceful, and it's embarrassing for me to be part of, quite frankly, over spending taxpayers' hard-earned money outside of a process that we are going to look at disregarding and making decisions based on the emotion of the moment and based on who's going to win the argument today and who's going to win it tomorrow, and all the innuendo that's been taking place. I have no patience for it. I think some of the stuff that's gone on is beneath the dignity of the offices that some of us hold, and we need to be better than that. This needs to be a constructive conversation for, in my opinion, for this board to entertain any type of contribution on this piece of apparatus is out of place. It's out of context of how we should be doing business with the Town of Rocky Mount or anybody else. The processes are in place to protect the citizens. It's in place to protect how we do business. And anything that we do in and around that detracts from that very focus. And we should be ashamed of ourselves If we think that we're going to have this combative relationship, get anywhere, and that we are all going to hold hands around the table and be happy we're here and we made a decision, that's not going to happen. There is a lot of consternation on this board as we sit here today because the relationship has gotten degraded and deteriorated, which hurts me greatly. We are better than that. We must be better than that. So how do we move forward? For me, where we are, clean the slate, ladies and gentlemen. This has reached an all-time low. Let's clean the slate. Let's take a breath. Let's come back a couple months after first of the year or when we can get the emotions out of the conversation. And let's have a constructive conversation that starts with information, that starts with how we in Franklin County Public Safety operate with our apparatus, with our operations, how the town is working with the Rocky Mount Fire Department with their operations. Where are their gaps? Where are their opportunities? Where are the cost efficiencies? And most importantly, where is the service that needs to be qualitative and quantitative to the citizens of Franklin County, Rocky Mount residents included, because you're Franklin County residents too. My vote today, if I were asked, would be to retract the $50,000 offer. Number one, we adopted, we ran it to a motion, we adopted it unanimously. It was never formally accepted or rejected except through conversation. So in the absence of no formal acceptance or rejection from the Town Council of Rocky Mount, I would vote to withdraw that $50,000 because the mayor has made it quite clear no, and he's laughed about it. So we need to take that off the table. Anything that we have said and done to date has been damaging, and it's been disingenuous, and it's below the dignity of the offices that we hold. So I would recommend to my board that we take the high ground, that we provide the leadership here on this Board of Supervisors to put everything, push the pause button here. Whether it comes up at budget, I don't know. I think we've got to decide what it is the relationship should be and needs to be. That's where we need to start. Not trying to cherry pick how we're going to fund things based on a sense of urgency that got artificially created. So that's where I stand, and I feel very strongly. I tried to articulate this at the last meeting, but I've shared things with you here today that is a culmination of how I personally feel, how I feel as a supervisor, and how I feel as the vice chair of this board in order to ensure the integrity, transparency, and accountability of how we seek to do business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Condon.
I'll remind the board that we're already $600,000 in debt for next fiscal year. And for us to go ahead and put money out right now, we don't know what our budget's actually going to be or what's going to happen. I will agree that we need to do something. I will agree that we will do something. I won't be here, but I'm sure something will be done. But I also agree that we need to wait on the budget. We need to wait on cooler heads. We need to wait on and see what we can work out. I don't want to shut the door on you. No, I don't. But I think we got to be responsible to the citizens of Franklin County, to Rocky Mount, and for us to go ahead and jump into something without reviewing our budgets, looking at what we can do and what we can't do, and sit down and have a conversation between both boards, I think it's going to be hard to do. So for myself, I think we need to, you might well call it table it or what you want to call it, but I think we need to wait on next year, get our ducks in a row, see what the budget looks like, and sit down and talk. That's where I feel. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one comment. Based on the tenure of this conversation and how I think things are playing out here, I want the board to remember, and the town, we've got 2 years to pay for it. So I hope as a board in the town we can come together and come to some sort of resolution within that time frame. Just keep that in the back of your mind. I think it doesn't have to be paid for until it's delivered. So.
All right. I saved my comments to the end on purpose. I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to speak. In October, I met with the mayor and the town manager at their request. They requested each one of us. They asked for meetings with every board member, and it was each board member's prerogative whether they accepted the invitation or not. I did meet with them. We discussed the $50,000 a year for 20-year offer that the county had made, and they indicated that they didn't feel that that was enough to cover what was, in their opinion, the county's responsibility for that truck. I looked at the numbers, and I looked at some different option ideas, and that was what the numbers I came up with for next year's budget. And I keep hearing people say this is a budget item. Yes, you're exactly right, and that's why I had this starting with next year's budget to be factored in. And the $50,000 for the first year was what we had already approved in the offer that we made to the town for $50,000. That would have been put in next year's budget for next year. The following year, it would have increased by $5,000. And then after that, it would have increased at a rate of $10,000 for 4 or 5 years. And then it would grow, taking in factors of inflation and other issues, unforeseens. And none of us can foresee the future. We don't know what our economy is going to do. We don't know the cost of fire trucks that we're buying now to next year. Right now, an engine, we're lucky if we get one for $1 million. If we buy them 5 years from now, we might have to just hold our breath and hope for the best, because the money doesn't grow on trees, and we're taxing our citizens to the hilt. But with that said, I did come up, and it wasn't a formal offer from this board. I did send out a copy of it to every board member. I heard from most. I know Mr. Thompson was under the weather at the time, and I think we played a little phone tag. But I heard from everyone, and I gathered as many ideas as possible. And I told every board member that I spoke to, this was just my idea. I was fishing. I was looking to see if any other board members had any other ideas that they would like to share on this matter. And I tried, anyone that did share ideas, I tried to include those into what I put on that offer. I felt that it was a fair and reasonable offer from both standpoints. When you tabulate it out, it basically fell right dead in the middle of what was requested from the town and what had been offered from the county. It fell right in the middle, and that's over the 20-year life of the proposal. And my reasoning behind it, for years we've always put the town residents and the county, the town and the county. Well, Mr. Mayor, I want to tell you I appreciate you opening my eyes to the understanding and realization that they may live in town, but they are county residents and they pay county taxes just like the rest of us. Mr. Carter is a town resident. He lives in the town of Rocky Mount. He pays county taxes and he pays town taxes.
And I brought that argument up when we agreed to give them $90,000 a year,
Yeah.
and that was my fight with this board, if you all remember that.
Yeah. And Mr. Carter pays both taxes. But however, right now, at this date, none of his tax dollars goes to pay for, none of his county tax dollars go to pay for a fire truck that would respond to his house.
Oh, I don't know about that now.
Now, the money that comes from the town currently pays for it. Now, there is the one truck, the 95 truck that's coming out of service, was the last truck that is currently operated by the Rocky Mount Fire Department that was co-purchased by the county and the town. And that was in 1995 or 96. That's the only truck that they have that was co-purchased. That was my argument. Person living in town, yes, they're town residents, but they are also Franklin County residents. And that's, at the end of the day, this board has an obligation not only to our individual districts, but we also have an obligation to the citizens, all the citizens of Franklin County. And that was the reasoning behind my meeting with the mayor and the proposal that I put together. I just had a conversation with Chief Woodrow earlier, and he made a point up here when he spoke and gave his presentation, and I appreciate that. And he said something that I also heard Supervisor Smith say, and I agree. We need to take a breath and pump the brakes a little bit and make sure we get this right. I'm not saying my proposal's the best one out there, but I will say, other than what the town requested and what the board approved, it's the only proposal I've seen from anywhere. I think there's a better idea somewhere in this room that we haven't put to the table yet. So I agree with Chief Woodrow, and like it's been said, we don't have to pay, the money's not due for this truck until delivery's taken. So we need to roll up our sleeves, put our hurt feelings aside, put our pride aside, put politics aside. Let's put the citizens of Franklin County in the forefront. Let's put their needs ahead of our own wishes, and let's work this out like we know we can, like the citizens of Franklin County deserve. That's where I'm at. I would love to say we need to take a vote on this and pass it and be done with it and put it in next year's budget and see it go. I don't think we're there today. I think I agree with Chief Woodrow. Let's take a breath. Let's come back. Let's get the heads, the staff together. Let's get our thinking caps on. Let's roll up our sleeves, and let's come. I think, like I said, I think we can put together a better proposal for both sides than what's been offered here. I think it's out there. We just need to make sure we put forth the effort. We owe that to the people of Franklin County. And for the town, our town admin here, you owe that to the citizens of Rocky Mount as well. And I think you'll agree with me. We owe that to our constituents. And I think that our Chief Woodrow mentioned earlier, we need to let cooler heads prevail, and we need to let feelings be put aside, and we need to put together the best comprehensive proposal and make it work that we can put together for the citizens of Franklin County. That's where I'm at. If you want to take a vote on this, someone can make a vote, can make the motion. We'll take a vote, see where it goes. I don't think it's going to pass. I think it'd be a wasted vote from where I stand. I think we can do better, and I hope we can. I hope I'm not giving this board and the other board too much credit. I think we can do better. So that's where I'm at on it. Anybody else have anything before we move on?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to offer a motion.
Okay.
Wait a second, before you do, I don't know if they can speak for the town. If we offered up the 1.2 million and approved that today, would you all be willing to accept that before this moves forward, whichever path it's taking?
Are you asking, is that upfront 1.2 million, or are you asking over time?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Holland. Come up front, please. I guess what I'm offering up before they go down a path or make, would you all accept the initial offer that we already voted on that the town refused, the 1
million.
If it was 1 million up front, we had said we would entertain that. But the 50,000 over,
I think it was
over the year,
50,000.
yeah, that was one that we declined the offer.
And you're still,
Yes,
okay.
yeah. We've spoke about it on multiple occasions, so I know the council supports that decision.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Yes, I don't know where this will go, but we need some strong objective leadership here. I would make a motion that the Board of Supervisors enter into a work session at a time later to be determined with the Rocky Mount Town Council with respect to the memorandum of agreement or understanding that's currently in place, with the understanding that it could potentially be updated and amended and readopted at a point in time. I think that's my motion. I think that's inclusive enough. My intent, outside of the auspices of this motion, my intent is to draw this away from the purchase of a fire truck, to be more universal in our thinking collectively as two elected boards, to discuss how should we be doing business today, how, and the disaggregation of calls being run where, how, and at what cost. So I'm trying to move this conversation for the benefit of the vote of this board to a level that gets out of, contributing towards the purchase of a truck. My motion is about to engage a process and a work session at a date yet to be determined to start from scratch on all of this, beginning with the memorandum of agreement.
Is this your clean slate type motion, like kind of go back to the drawing board and try
Yep.
to rebuild the relationship?
It has nothing to do with an agreement on a number or anything else to do with an apparatus. This whole thing is a symptom of an overall issue and a problem that we have to solve, which is, what is the responsibility on both sides as it relates to how we conduct public safety business with the town as a county. That's the conversation. It's not how, it's not a budgetary discussion of trying to fund a truck, in my opinion. We're going down a rabbit hole there that we'll never come back from.
Well, I disagree. It is a budgetary conversation. Because no matter
We
how-
have a motion that we need to go on before we get to discussion. Do you want a second for motion or?
No.
Okay, let me address hers and then I'll come back to you.
Okay, just
We have a motion on the floor to start back and meet with the town council and try and establish a memorandum of understanding of what the roles will be for the town fire department, the town council, and the Board of Supervisors. Not focusing merely on a fire truck purchase, but the memorandum of understanding as a whole, dealing with the operations, capital, the funding, across the board.
Correct.
Of the fire department.
Thank you, Mr.
Just
Chairman.
basically starting over with our memorandum of understanding.
Correct.
And just restructuring it as we need to.
Correct. Thank you.
I've got a question for for Lori.
Let me see if I've got a second before we do the discussion. Do we have a second to her motion?
I have a question about her motion.
Okay,
That's what I got.
okay. I'll second her motion. Go ahead with further discussion.
All right, well, that's the motion then. I'll ask, are you willing to do an amendment to the motion? That the proposal that's on the table is off until after these discussions.
Absolutely. I'm calling everything null and void to date.
That needs to be in that motion then.
I accept your amendment.
So the amendment would be that any of the talks, the proposal that was there, that's off the table until after the two boards can get together and come up with a reasonable understanding.
I think Nick was before me, but
Go ahead.
I had the same question as Ronnie Thompson had.
Okay, Tom, you were next.
Oh, I don't care how many talks you have. You gotta have a budget in mind. And you've got to, you got responsibility to the county people. Okay, we're gonna have these meetings. Okay, but until staff and everybody tells us how we can afford this, what's the use of having a meeting?
Tom, we've got to figure out what it is we're going to do first.
Do what?
We've got to figure out what it is we want to fund, should fund, and how to fund.
Well, how
As-
you gonna know what you're gonna fund if you don't know how our budget's gonna be to fund it?
We're going to have a work session that's going to start having a discussion about what the needs are on both sides of the table. How do we come together? How do we collectively address
Okay,
fire?
okay,
And
let's come together, but then how we gonna budget it?
And then we put it in the budget.
that is to be determined, Tommy, as we have our work sessions.
No, but what's the use of having a work session if you don't know what the budget is?
Tommy, I don't know how to explain it to you any better.
Just telling you.
You have anything?
I'm gonna ask y'all one more time, because this is getting way far off. I think maybe we can get the $50,000 a year. That's $1 million. If they go down this route, you may end up with nothing, and I'm trying to help the town out here. Is it still a no? Okay,
Mike, they've said no.
okay, I'm trying to help them.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Just to clarify that the current MOA with the town of Rocky Mount is going to stay as is.
It will have to stay in force until
One's
one
replaces.
is put in its place.
And I would encourage this board, when we have this, when you all have this discussion, go back and go through the notes of how we did it with Cool Branch, because it's a similar situation in a sense, I guess. So, because we did, do funding for Cool Branch, a few years ago. So, I'm saying rack my brain of how we went about doing that. And I just can't simply remember, but I just want to make sure that the current MOA stays.
It would have to stay in effect until we would amend it or change it in some form or fashion.
And thank you for your motion. I think me going out and you guys know my love and passion for this fire department in my town and the county. To want to keep the conversation going, I really appreciate that, Ms. Smith. So,
and that's the intent. My motion on discussion to the second, Mr. Chairman, is not to squash the conversation. It's to squash the nonsense that's been going on and how off we have gotten on one matter that is a symptom of an overall discussion that needs to be had. We all setting up here have a tremendous commitment to our public safety, fire and EMS. And we have worked so tirelessly, gentlemen, over the last 4 years to fund, discuss, and strategize how to be the best at what we're doing. And I think we're doing a really good job at that. So we're getting ready to mess it up if we don't go back to process, if we don't go back to having fundamental conversations that are going to be based in respect, that's going to be based in information, making informed decisions, and getting back to a place of objectivity. We are nowhere near there. And I'm not going to be part of it. If that's the way this board decides to go, I will decline to participate. I don't think that's what my constituents would expect of me.
Okay, any other discussion before we take a final vote?
Well, like I said, I don't see how you're gonna promise something you don't know what the budget is.
We have to decide what we're gonna do before we can put it
That's
in the
just
budget.
fine. That's just fine. Let her rip.
All right,
I'd like to hear the motion again before we vote on it.
Maddie, would you read what you have and I'll make sure that it's, and that's a tall order, I know.
I don't think she can.
Okay, I'm sorry, bear with me just a second. All right, so I have a motion, and I'm gonna just go with what the chairman indicated, is to start back and meet with town council and try to establish an MOU on what the roles will be for the Rocky Mount Fire Department, Town of Rocky Mount Council, and Board of Supervisors, not focusing on a single truck purchase, and restructuring the MOU as needed. It was amended to include that any talks and the proposal offered is off the table until the boards can get together and come up with a reasonable understanding.
The only caveat that I want to make sure that we include that we would be discussing operating and capital expenditures as part of that overall review.
Yes.
Correct?
yes, I meant to put that in there, but that's what I meant.
I guess
At a
that-
time to be determined, Maddie.
Okay. So I have included a caveat to include discussion on capital and operating expenditures as part of the overall review at a time to be determined.
Thank you.
I think it was
All right.
judicial notice on that last one.
Everybody know what the
That we're-
motion is?
Oh, hang on.
You said a while ago, I said that would be considered judicial notice,
Oh, yes,
that was not, yeah.
yes.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please? All in favor?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
No.
Chairman Tatum,
Yes.
the motion is adopted.
Okay. we need to
I
get
have a six.
scheduled in the future, near future, so that we can get to work on this. And Chief Woodrow, I want you to have input when we work on this.
Whenever the time is to be determined, I'm available anytime.
Okay, because we want to know from the ground level what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think Ms. Smith actually helps more than she knows with my department, because when we reopen the MOA, I think we can come back to par a little better than we
Okay.
currently are. And it may help my funding even more than I originally wished today.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. All right, Maddie, you want to pull Chris up?
Yeah, Chris is participating. He is now off mute and available to speak.
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
We
Hello,
can hear
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Chris, we can hear you. We're just getting resettled, Chris.
Okay, if there's a delay or feedback, just let me know.
No, I think we're good, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll give you a couple.
Gone.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, a couple of items this afternoon.
Chris, it's
Are
not
you still
working.
experiencing a delay?
Yeah, we're not hearing you at all.
We gotta fix this.
Hello?
It's ridiculous.
Okay, we can hear you hello, but we're not hearing anything
I
else.
will call in on my mobile phone.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna make a motion that we, in this budget,
We've talked about that I've been on the board for 8 years.
we're
We've
putting
talked about-
Band-Aids on what we got.
Yeah,
We need just to
we
tear
gotta
it
do
out
something.
and put a new system
How
in.
do we keep getting #1 awards for the whole state, and we can't even talk to somebody on the phone? I mean,
Preach on.
how's that happen?
Preach on. You're preaching to the choir.
Everybody else still must be using a tin can and a string.
We
I
need
think
to,
it's trouble in his district. That supervisor probably needs to look up.
You're
there.
right.
we just need to rip out the system we have and put a new system in, period. Yeah. Tim, I would make that a motion when it's appropriate.
Sad part about it, there's a brand new broadband tower just about in Chris's front yard. As far as.
You've reached the voicemail of Chris Whitlow. Sorry, I can't take your call. Please leave your name, number, and a message, and I'll give you a call.
You cannot make this stuff up.
This is unreal.
It's embarrassing is what it is. Well, I wonder, Holland's probably on social media by now. He's must be in his car.
Mics are live.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Chris Whitlow. Sorry, I can't take your call.
You try him again?
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
I was this close.
Yes, can you hear
I
me?
was this close. Going over there. Saying things
We
I
can
can't
hear you.
walk back.
Okay, great. Let me turn down my volume, so. All right. Is this good?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chairman, a couple of things this afternoon with upcoming events, and I'll try to be brief. Of course, primarily this really revolves around the upcoming budget for the FY 24-25 budget and the budget calendar. I think Mike Carter's there. Not Mike Carter, I'm sorry. Brian Carter, rather. Sorry, Mr. Carter. Too many of you. And so Brian has a draft calendar. I've shared this with the board last month on several occasions. And as we start the new year, of course, getting past the Christmas and the New Year's holiday, the organizational meeting of the board is set for Tuesday, January the 2nd at 3 o'clock. And of course, following that, we will look heavily to get into the budget And so staff's put together some possible work sessions the last couple of years. We've met weekly, reserving the Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2 days a week, one for inclement weather, through the month of January and February and into March. And last month, we heard from our financial advisors, but we also heard from our real estate assessors that Margaret's office is working with, that real estate assessment notices will likely go out in the mail in early January. So we know this is a key year for the board and the budget process with our upcoming reassessment. So I know a lot of work is ahead of the board. That being said, we wanted to get any feedback that the board may have today and or at your organizational meeting on January 2nd. I know Supervisor-elect Jamison and Supervisor-elect Quinn will be with us at the January 2nd organizational meeting, and this will be their first time going through the budget process. So we also would like feedback from them and the collective board as to the budget process. Earlier it was mentioned in this afternoon's meeting regarding the local composite index that we know has been revaled with the state, and how that could potentially negatively impact our school system on state funding. And I know that's a critical matter that, Mr. Chairman, I know you and Vice Chair and I had earlier this week a meeting to discuss that specifically. And so probably one of the first order of businesses following the governor's budget that will be released tomorrow is for the school staff and county staff to really dig into the state budget as it relates and the impacts on the county from the standpoint of the school's budget. And so one possibility then for our board and the school board to maybe hear some of these impacts collectively is looking potentially at Thursday, January the 4th, for a potential joint meeting of the two boards, the school board and the Board of Supervisors, likely in the evening, say 6 o'clock, 6:30, sometime in the evening. And so I'll pause there as you guys review the draft budget calendar, but thought it was important that we first talk about this potential joint meeting of the school board and the Board of Supervisors on Thursday, January the 4th.
Mr. Chairman, would it be okay if I offer a couple comments?
Sure.
From our meeting?
Yes.
To piggyback on what you said. For the boards, Mr. Chairman Tatum has kind of overviewed a little bit about the meeting that we had with the school administration and leadership. This joint meeting has a little bit of a sense of urgency to it. Because this number being as large as it is and as present as it is going to have an immediate impact on our budgetary discussions that we'll be having according to this budget schedule. So we both thought, we certainly have a legislative component in mind, and Mr. Carter had brought that up earlier as well, to have some type of sense of urgency conversation with our local legislators on this, to perhaps look at the potential of some hold harmless, or to either set some parameters for increases in the index that would be more favorable and more equitable to counties in the kind of unique condition we find ourselves in. So Chairman Tatum and I really felt strongly that the two boards need to sit down and collectively talk about how we work through this most immediate issue in terms of how we're going to address it budgetarily. That's the real issue that we have right now in front of us, is how are we going to look towards budget adoption in the next coming months, and how are we going to deal with this number? That's the sense of urgency that we have. We felt it, both the school board chair and vice chair agreed that this is something that we need to huddle around the table on collectively. This is not something that one board is going to solve on its own, especially on the school side and the county side. Consequences to decisions about how we get there could be significant. It's a very important matter that's before us. So I think, suffice to say, Mr. Chairman, we would encourage the board to help us get a meeting date as soon as we can.
Absolutely. Anybody else have anything? before I go?
Fourth is fine with me, just what time?
6.
6 o'clock.
6?
I can't be there.
You can't be there? Darn.
You can, you just don't want to.
I'm not gonna be here.
January 4th at 6 o'clock, work for everyone else? Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. If that works, we'll circle back with the school system to confirm that with the school board. If Thursday, January 4th at 6 o'clock works, we'll get that on the calendar and get that scheduled.
That'll be here, in this room?
Yes. All right, Chris?
Okay, and just one other item, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at your organizational meeting on Tuesday, January the 2nd, of course, that begins at 3, at 5:30 that evening, the Farm Bureau has again requested the board to have their annual dinner with them here. They would be hosting dinner that evening in B75. We'll hold the meeting at 3 in the boardroom, has been tradition in past years. So just want to make sure that confirm that with the board so Matterlin could advise the Farm Bureau accordingly.
As a follow-up to that, Chris, also I think the Ag Board will be joining us that night.
Excellent.
All right, Chris, you have anything else?
No others, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of housekeeping things. Just again, I'd like to thank specifically the Parks and Recreation staff for Land of Lights this holiday season. If our citizens have not had an opportunity to see that at the Recreation Park in Sontag, the Land of Lights will run through Christmas night. So I hope everyone will have a chance to get out and see the wonderful display and all the good work of the Parks and Recreation staff. And certainly, Mr. Chairman, would certainly want to wish the Board of Supervisors and our citizens a very Merry Christmas and good New Year. I know we have our work cut out for us, specifically with budget. We'll be looking for that feedback on the budget process, on the budget calendar at the January 2nd meeting. I know we have a lot of work to do, but we'll roll our sleeves up to get it done.
All right. Anyone have any questions or anything for Mr. Whitlow before we move on?
Chris, feel better, and Merry Christmas to you and your family.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Is that all you had, Chris?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, for now, and I do think there are several things in the closed session, and I can circle back with you at that time.
Okay. County Attorney report.
I have no report this evening.
Okay. All right. I guess we need to have a motion to go into closed session.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The Board of Supervisors, Franklin County Board of Supervisors, will convene into a closed meeting in accordance with Section 2.2-3711, A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc. A3, discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. A8, consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring legal advice. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, you take a roll call, please.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter?
I guess, yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell?
Sorry.
Chairman Tatum?
He
Yes.
guesses.
All right. Maddie, is dinner here?
Yes.
All right, if y'all want to grab your dinner and head to B75,
I
we'll
think we're
close
going to.
session.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I would move to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which the certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which the certification applies.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell? Yep. Supervisor Ronnie Thompson?
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Tatum?
Yes. All right, moving right along. Lisa Cooper.
Good evening.
Evening.
I hope all of you are doing well.
Fantastic.
We're here to do the public hearings for this evening for the planning department. Just to start off, our first is a special use permit. Mr. and Mrs. Lau are here. They're requesting a special use permit for short-term tourist rental of their dwelling. A little bit about the property. The property is located at 217 Spruce Road. It's zoned A1 agricultural. The property consists of approximately 0.91 acres, and it's identified as tax parcel 052-000-2900. It's also located in the Union Hall election district. This is the only dwelling that would be used for short-term rentals, and it's the only dwelling on the property. Our county records show that the dwelling is one-story, single-family residence, built in 2017, consists of 3 bedrooms, 2 full baths, and has a total living area of approximately 1,600 square feet. The building department issued a certificate of occupancy for a 2-bedroom. I don't know if I can move this up here. The Virginia Department of Health issued a sewage disposal system construction permit for a 2-bedroom in 1966. Therefore, the single-family dwelling can be rented for a 2-bedroom with 4 adults. There is ample parking for 4 vehicles in the driveway with additional parking on the property if need be. The renters will be allowed to use the dock, but the use of the boat and the boat lift will not be allowed. The water source is a well, and the sewer supply is a septic system, and the single-family dwelling is located on a public road. Staff did, prior to the Planning Commission public hearing, we did receive 1 phone call in opposition. We also received 1 letter in opposition. The oppositions that were made were concerns for inexperienced boaters, excessive noise, and trespassing. At the Planning Commission's public hearing, there was 2 individuals that spoke against the short-term rental, and their concerns were similar to what I stated. We do like to give you a vicinity map showing you the location of the property. We also like to give you an aerial. It is outlined in blue. The future land use map for this area is low-density residential. Your zoning map, this property is surrounded by A1. You have some R1, which is a residential district across the street on Kemp Ford, and then across the cove there is some R1, but the rest of it is A1. This is the conceptual plan that the applicants submitted with their application. Obviously, this is their drive down to their property. This is a fire pit that you can use. I think this is a gazebo. Then it shows their dock. With Franklin County, including the town of Rocky Mount, Smith Mountain Lake being prime vacation destination, the proposed use to expand temporary lodging options for guests to visit and enjoy amenities and recreation within the county. In addition, the extra lodging short-term rentals will continue to drive tourism and add economic value to the county. The single-family dwelling can only be rented for 4 adults, which is similar to a single-family dwelling that's not rented. The property does have a wooded lot to the side. You can see the buffering from the aerial, and this will help with screening. The property appears to have ample parking to accommodate the renters. The traffic generated by this short-term rental would not be any more than by a single family. And any noise on this short-term rental could be enforced by the sheriff's department. The Planning Commission did vote in favor of the special use permit with a 6 in favor, 1 against. I will, when I get to the 6th condition, I want to, well, in fact, before I get that, I do want to talk to you. The Planning Commission had a conversation about people, what do they do when somebody has a problem with a renter. And you know, we request a phone number of somebody that is local if they're out of state, and staff, if there's a property manager, they're usually local that can be called. Well, the Planning Commission started talking about this, and they were like, well, we don't know if that is suffice of what we think should be done. So when I get to the 6th condition, it's where the applicant's going to have to supply that to the staff before they rent the property or register to rent the property. And then what staff is going to do, and this is what was decided on, staff will mail that number out to all the adjoining property owners that we notified about the public hearing. So they will have this information in case there's issues. Also, if this information changes, then we would do a remailing out to the neighbors for this short-term rental under the SUP. So getting back to the 6 conditions, the special use permit is authorized only for this property and this existing dwelling. If anything changes, they have to come back to you and the Planning Commission. The owners shall have to reply with all the supplementary regulations in the county code, section 25-138, section 5.5-72. The owners shall provide and maintain proof liability insurance of $1 million or not less than $1 million. Also, the owner shall have to register the short-term rental, and no short-term rental of the property shall be authorized until an inspection takes place and the property is compliant with all of our codes. The short-term rental has a maximum of 2 bedrooms, so only 4 adults. If they would like to improve their septic, they can get an improvement to the sewage disposal system permit to be able to have more bedrooms. The 6th condition that I was talking to, the owner shall supply the planning department the name and phone number of a property manager or contact person. Staff will notify adjoining property owners of this information and notify them of any changes of this information. I know condition 6 is new. If you have any other further questions about that condition or why Planning Commission thought that it was so important to put it on, I would be glad to answer. And the applicants are here to speak.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
I have one. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. About this phone number, are you all going to call this number and verify that it's actually operational and it's legitimate?
That would probably be a good idea for us to do before we mail it out to people. And that way, when they ask us if they call, we can tell them that we've actually called and talked to the person.
That would be my only comment. Thank you.
I think that can definitely be done.
Go ahead.
Hi, Lisa. Good evening. I have concern over this 1966 septic disposal system when it was put in. Given that this property sits where it sits geographically on the lake, I would like to, if the board it would be in favor, to add a condition that we have a reevaluation of the septic system that's on the site. It's been a long time. I don't know when the last time it was evaluated, but I think that 1966 date for that approval, if nothing's been done since then, I have a lot of concern about that.
If you would like to put a condition on there, we could do that safe, adequate, proper that we do for septic systems when we do not know where they're located. And that might be something that you could definitely put on the condition, or unless you just want staff to research the last time it was pumped.
Well, I want to make sure that there's been a recent evaluation and pump of that property if we're gonna be putting, potential additional usage in there. So, I, of course, would yield to staff's expertise in terms of determining, what date you would find to be appropriate, certainly within the 5-year regulatory timeframe that we have in our code. But I have concerns about that to the extent that I'd be willing to ask for a condition that articulates that.
I think that would be fine, considering the age of the system.
Okay.
And we could even make the conditions so that it has to be either the SAP, the safe, adequate, proper, and/or when was the last time it was pumped or checked? And I can talk to the building official and see what he thinks would be proper.
Well, that safe, adequate language that you're talking about, I don't know if that is just arbitrary language or whether, to me, getting an evaluation is a very specific thing to ask for in a potential pump out. So, I don't know how those things would be considered within that regulatory language that you're quoting.
Well, I guess usually they have to check the soils, but if we're more concerned about the septic going into the lake, it would probably be better for me to check when the last time it was pumped. And if it hasn't been pumped recently, then we can make the condition before they can rent the property that it has to be pumped and in working condition.
Yeah, because the soils is the other important piece. Of course, if there's any leaching into the soils from a system that's that old, we would want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Isn't this part of the policy to check your septic system before you issue a rental permit?
That is not one of the conditions that we have in the sections. You have to have a septic. You have to have a septic system, a working septic system. But we ask them to supply the permit that came from the health department, and but we don't inspect the system. No, sir.
I thought you did.
Not that I know of.
So you're just gonna take the word of the people then? They produce a document and y'all take that and go with it.
At this point in time, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay, I don't see anyone. Would the owners like to address the board? State your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Doug Lowe. My address is 871 Refuge Church Road, Stevens City, Virginia. I'm the owner of the said property we're talking about tonight, and we do have a property manager that we've made contact with that is local. Her name is Pat Bailey, and she manages property right now, so we was planning on using her as our property manager.
Anybody have any questions for?
Don't have any.
All right, thank you. This time we'll open the floor for public hearing on this matter. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up?
Mr. Chairman, would you allow me to go get the sheet?
Go ahead.
I was wondering the same thing.
Where's the deputies at?
That's what they were just told.
Christmas.
That's funny.
They went to my meeting last Friday. I guess they figured that. Last Sunday. 7:30.
I apologize for that, Chairman.
Does anyone want to speak in regard to this issue here?
Yes, I apologize. I can't read the gentleman's handwriting.
Okay. Come forward if you will. State your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Dave Gresham. I think it's great that Franklin County is considering short-term vacation rentals. It's wonderful. And I wasn't going to say anything except when I heard about the septic thing. And what I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a little vague on this. I don't know the details
Before you go any
specifically.
further, what's your address, sir?
315 Northridge, Hardy.
Okay, thank you.
Somewhere around the year 2000 or so, and I'm not really sure about these dates, but Richmond decided that the septic regulations around the state were too confusing. There's 46 counties and they all had a different set of regulations. So what they did is they decided, well, we're just going to find the strictest set of regulations and apply it across the board. That's what they did. So what happened is the average size of a septic field doubled in the sense that you needed about 50% more to meet the required absorbency rates, and you needed a reserve space. So if this is a 2-bedroom septic from 1966, it might only be fit for a 1-bedroom. And so having a proper soil analysis is a really good idea. That's my, and again, I'm not real sure when they did this, but and exactly how it happened, but there was some change that made it a lot more restrictive as far as septic fields go. So yes, absolutely, let this guy do short-term rentals, but let's have a real serious evaluation of what that septic field can handle. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the gallery want to speak in regard to this issue? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the floor for public hearing on this. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Go ahead.
I find that the use will not be a substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and such use will be in harmony with the use permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for the special use to allow for short-term tourist rental of dwelling property. There should be 7 conditions recommended by the planning commission. The 7th condition is that septic tank be checked, pumped, and passed before permit will be issued.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve this.
Mr. Chairman, may I put an amendment on Mr. Cundiff's motion to include soil analysis?
Yes.
Mr. Cundiff, may I introduce a friendly amendment?
Mr. Cundiff,
Oh, excuse me.
do you ask?
May I introduce a friendly amendment to your motion to include
fine.
soil analysis?
That's just fine.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right, Ms. Cooper?
Thank you. We're here for another special use permit for Mr. and Mrs. Richardson. This is also for a short-term rental, tourist rental dwelling. Just to give you some background information about this property, the property is located at 620 Crestview Road. It's approximately 0.85 acres and is zoned A1 agricultural. This is the only dwelling on the parcel and will be the only dwelling used for short-term rentals. According to county building permit records, this is a 1-story single-family residence that was constructed in 2023. It consists of 4 bedrooms and 4 full baths, a total square footage of a little over 3,100 square feet, including a partially finished basement. The building permit department issued a certificate of occupancy for the 4-bedroom single-family dwelling September 5th of 2023. The Virginia Department of Health issued their sewage disposal system construction permit for 4 bedrooms on April 29th of 2022. The single-family dwelling can be rented for a 4-bedroom home with the maximum of 8 adults. All the property surrounding this dwelling is vacant. The water is served by well. The septic, the sewer supply is a septic system. The single-family dwelling is located on a private road. However, this road is supposed to be taken into the state system as soon as it meets the criteria for VDOT. Staff has received 2 citizens in opposition before the Planning Commission meeting, and also 8 letters in opposition. The opposition was mainly misconception of short-term rentals not being allowed in Franklin County, increase in traffic and noise levels, water safety and concerns for unskilled boaters, and security of the neighborhood, concerns over theft and property damage. I would like, as another note, there is a short-term rental in this neighborhood already that was approved by the Board of Supervisors a little over a year ago. It's down near the community dock of this subdivision.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Quickly? This concern about unskilled boaters, isn't it a law now that you have to pass some sort of a boating course before you can operate a boat and get a license? Is that correct?
I think that is correct, that you have to have some type of license, yes,
Okay.
to operate a boat on Smith Mountain Lake waters.
Okay, thank you.
We'd like to give you a vicinity map to show you the location. This is an aerial view of the property, and you can see that surrounding right now, except for across the cove, there is no homes. And the short-term rental that was approved about a little over a year ago, is this house right here, just for content so you can see where it's located in reference to this property. The future land use is low-density residential. You will notice that this subdivision is zoned agricultural. There is some agricultural across the cove here. This area right here is what we call our RC1, which is our residential combined. And then on this side of the cove, it's still A1. This is the conceptual plan that was submitted to our office. You'll see the proposed 4-bedroom house. It is complete now with, as I said, the certificate of occupancy. You can see the location of the well and where the drain field is located, and the driveway holds enough area for cars to be parked. The analysis, once again, Franklin County, including Rocky Mount, Smith Mountain Lake, is a prime vacation destination. This proposed use will expand our temporary lodging options and give guests that can visit and enjoy the amenities and recreation within the county. In addition, the extra lodging will continue to drive tourism and add economic value to the county. The single-family dwelling rented to 8 adults, which is similar to a single-family dwelling that is not being rented. There are 2 lots on either side of the subject property that is vacant, but also across the street is still vacant. As I said before, there will be ample parking in the driveway for the renters. The traffic for the short-term rentals would be similar to traffic generated by a single-family dwelling that's not rented. The noise of the rental should not be more than what is normally expected in a residential neighborhood. The Planning Commission did hold their public hearing, voted 7 to approve, no against for the special use permit with 6 conditions. The first one is that the special use permit will be for this dwelling only on the property. If another dwelling would be constructed or something would change, they would have to come back through the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission. They shall have to comply to Franklin County Code, Section 25-138 and Section 5.572. The owners will have to provide and maintain a liability insurance of at least $1 million. The owner shall have to register the short-term rental, and the rental will have to be inspected before any rentals could take place. This short-term rental can be rented for 4 bedrooms, a maximum of 8 adults, If they would want to rent it for any more, then the septic permit would have to be upgraded. The Planning Commission thought that it was a great idea to add the sixth condition that the owner shall supply the planning department with the name and phone number of the property manager or individual contact person. Staff will once again notify property owners of this information and notify them of any changes to this information. And as a sidebar, staff will be sure to check the number to make sure that it is a working number. I would be glad to answer any questions if the board has any.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Smith?
Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Question, this being a private road, does this road have the 3 dwellings, a minimum of 3 dwellings at this juncture to be considered?
No, it does not.
Is there a projected time frame for that?
No, at this point in time, I don't know of any other houses on that road. I do know that this subdivision does have a road maintenance agreement when it was created. So with that road maintenance agreement, if whenever a homeowners association is set up, then they will have to keep the roads up. Until that time, the developer will be keeping the roads up.
Okay, all right. So do you know how many houses there are on this road? Obviously it's 1 or 2.
I'm thinking, I'll see if I can see from the aerial. Well, their house is on this road. This house that the short-term rental I was talking about being on the road, and I'm trying to remember, there might be another one up the street. I can double check to make
okay.
sure.
I just was
I know they
curious.
haven't been petitioned to VDOT to take it in, and it
Okay.
could be that the road coming in isn't ready yet because one of the conditions is it has to be attached to a road that's already in the state system.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Got one.
Go ahead.
Ms. Cooper, do you know, is there any homeowner restrictions or covenants?
I think there are restricted covenants in the subdivision, but I do not think that one of them is short-term rentals are prohibited.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Is the entrance to this subdivision off of Burnt Chimney Road?
Yes, it is.
So it's fairly new. I thought we had a discussion over this neighborhood that the state was taking over the roads.
They will be taking over the roads, but they still have to meet the criteria of VDOT. So one of the criterias is that there has to be 3 houses on the road for VDOT 3 houses with certificate of occupancies for VDOT to take over the road system.
And did I see that, is the house built? Because I saw proposed house on that.
The
drawing.
house is, I have been out to the site. The house is built. It has a certificate of occupancy. As far as I know, the Richardsons have been using it. So it's ready to be lived in. And they can answer, but I'm sure they have been using the home that they built here. But I can't answer for them, but it definitely has a certificate of occupancy, so it can be used.
Okay.
And if this is passed and they pass the inspection and all the other regulations, then it would be, and register, it'd be able to be rented as a short-term rental if it's approved by the
Is there a dock built?
I don't remember seeing a dock, but I'm sure the Richardsons can answer that question.
Okay, because I know that there's some implied language from the development team with regard to AP and Mr. Holthauser. So we can talk to the applicant about that. Thank you.
Any other questions from Ms. Cooper? Thank you.
Thank you.
Would the owners like to come forward? Will state your names and address for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir, ma'am, gentlemen. My name is Willie Richardson. I'm a retired Marine. I'm still we live over.
Mr. Richardson, let me stop you right there. There is no retired Marine. If you're a Marine, you're still a Marine.
Simplify. Once a Marine, always a Marine.
Right.
That's on the retired side, but I'm still active.
Go ahead.
Actively serving. Thank you, sir. I'll let my wife go ahead and take the floor now.
My name is Letitia Richardson, and I'd like to first address some of the questions that you all answered before I kind of go through my little spiel that I had presented to the planning committee. So no, there's no dock built just yet. We did do a survey and have the drawings, but we chose to build first and then do the dock later.
But there is a community dock right where the other house is that everyone can use.
Can use, yes. Regarding the property management, we already have a contract with Vacasa, however you say it, Vacasa. So they will be the ones managing the property. Regarding the homes in the neighborhood, so there is the two that she showed on the map. Then there's a cul-de-sac right to the left of that screenshot where there's 3 homes built. So there's a total of 5 brand new homes in the neighborhood. I think that answered all the questions I heard before.
Are those 5 homes on that one road itself, or are they scattered throughout the subdivision?
So when you come into Red Barn Lane, there's I think it's LMA Court. So LMA Court has the 3 homes. Actually, 2 of them are complete. One I don't think is quite complete. And then if you stay on the Red Barn, that's when you get to the house that's down there by the dock, and then you come to Crestview Road, and that's where ours is.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'd like to read my little spiel. So again, greetings everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to address the group. My husband, a retired Marine of 25 years, and I came across Smith Mountain Lake right as the world began to open up after being shut down from the pandemic. During our visit, we fell in love and said we'd hope to have a place on the lake one day. Not long after that, we received notice in the mail of the new development, and the rest is history. When we embarked on this venture, our vision was that we would have a lake house built by family for family. We wanted the opportunity to make memories in this beautiful part of Virginia, while also affording others the opportunity to see what we fell in love with. So when I hear my fellow neighbors making claims that we acquired this land in a deceitful manner or under false pretense, it couldn't be further from the truth. Likewise, there is no way for me to submit a short-term rental permit on land that I don't own or that does not have a dwelling. In our search, we were able to go back as far as 2011 and find documentation showing that Franklin County has been allowing short-term rentals. I understand that the majority, if not all of the complaints that stated that they decided to build or move to their location because they were of the understanding that Franklin County did not allow short-term rentals. However, the purchases and/or bills happened well after 2011, some as recent as 2022, after the new registration requirements were imposed. So unfortunately, due diligence may not have been done. We understand that there is concern about the possible individuals that may occupy our home, but 1, there's currently a short-term rental being done at the home right down from us. 2, the price point we intend to have our home at will attract a certain caliber of individuals. 3, although a study was cited regarding Airbnb communities on one of the complaints and the fact that it brings crime into the area, what they didn't disclose was that it was found to be non-conclusive, and in fact, the vacationers were not the individuals committing said crime. 4, we intend to implement strict rules and guidelines to ensure the safety of our neighbors and our property. We have put a lot of sweat and tears into this home, and when I say tears, I mean that literally, into this home, and do not intend to see it destroyed by strangers. We will ensure that all tenants are aware of the Franklin County noise ordinance and work to enforce those rules to ensure the safety and peace of our fellow neighbors. In regards to noise, as we all know, noise carries over the water. I literally heard 2 gentlemen carry on a conversation while in their boats fishing, and they weren't yelling. So although we have no intentions of creating unnecessary noise for our neighbors, they must understand that as the development begins to come to life, the cove will eventually become filled with the sounds of those who live there. As it relates to tourism, short-term rentals have a great impact on the revenue brought into the county, and our home will be part of that impact. Per the March financials report, taxes collected from transient occupancy was up more than 30% from last year. That increase in revenue goes to beautify the county, attract more visitors to the area, and ultimately generate more revenue for the business owners within the county. All in all, we are looking forward to making a life full of memories at Smith Mountain Lake. We do not want to create a nuisance to the community. Instead, we are looking to do the exact opposite. We want to enjoy the lake and offer others the opportunity to do the same, and hopefully decide to make the lake their home as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for this couple?
No, but I love your explanation. That was good. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I understand we do not have anyone signed up for this.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. I do not have any speakers for this item.
All right. Is there anyone in the gallery that has not signed up but would like to speak in regard to this issue? Okay, I guess I need to officially open the floor for public comment before I can ask for public comment. So I'll open the floor for public comment, and seeing no one responding to my question, I will close the floor to public comment. Board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay.
I find that the use will not be substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character in the zoning district will not be changed thereby, and that such use will be in harmony with the permitted by right in the zoning district and with public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request for special use to allow for short-term rental of the dwelling on a property with 6 conditions recommended by the Planning Commission.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call?
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Supervisor Mike Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Tommy Cundiff,
Yes.
Supervisor Lori Smith,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. All right. That takes us to other matters for supervisors. I'll start over here on my left. Mr. Nick Mitchell, do you have anything?
I just want to say Merry Christmas to everybody, and we've hit some hard topics, and we got a whole lot more of them coming up over the next couple months. And but man, we have a good setup here and a good group of people that works for the county, and we're blessed to be here. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to acknowledge my last meeting with Mr. Cundiff here and how much I have appreciated serving with him, as well as little Ronnie over there, who I've known since he was little Ronnie. And you both will be missed. I look forward to working with the new guys. I had my Ag Board meeting this month, and they're moving along pretty well, and I think they're going to have a lot of things to discuss with the board first of the year. They sort of set up a tick list of events and things they want to do for the future, and they're working real strong with the high school FFA group. It's a great organization, and with that, I'd like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and I hope a happy and healthy New Year.
Mr. Cundiff.
I'll try to sum up a few words.
All right.
No, I just want to, we had the grand opening of the Glade Hill Volunteer Fire Department EMS station. We had, I think, a little over 100 people. I was tickled to death the way people come out and looked at it. I appreciate the supervisors coming, Lloyd, Ronnie, Nick. What's your name, Mike Cundiff? Mike. And I know Ronnie Thompson was busy, and I know you was busy, so I appreciate everything on that part. I know it's been a lot of controversy about it, but I will give you a little hint. The Roanoke County is getting ready to build one 500 square feet less.
Okay,
And
that's, they'll take care of it right there.
I got it.
What'd they say?
Calling for an
Call for
ambulance.
Calling for an ambulance.
Who's down?
An ambulance.
Okay.
Do we know
We'll go
what
ahead
it
and
is? I'm
continue.
assuming fell.
Anyway, Roanoke County getting ready to build one 500 square feet less than what Glade Hill is, and it's
911 phone
already
number.
$8 million, not counting the $1 million
Hey,
they
this
paid.
is
So
Madeline at the government
we got a
center.
good buy in that. I think it's really good.
I'm sorry.
And I wish
Hold
Mr.
on a
Quinn the
second.
best. I hope he does good on the board.
We need an ambulance at the government
I'd
center.
like
We
to
had
say
someone
to the
falling
people
through.
that voted for me, I graciously appreciate it. Those
No.
who didn't vote for me, that's okay. My phone is open. I'm always love to talk. So if you have any problems, still call me. I'll be more than glad to try to help. And once again, I was born in Union Hall District. I've been there 72 years, and I love Union Hall. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to serve for 8 years, and thank you for the confidence of the people who put me there. And
He is conscious.
judging Christmas, just remember the first part of Christmas is Christ,
Ma'am, he is
and
conscious.
that's our Savior, and that's the greatest gift God give us. And other than that, I wish everybody a happy, safe, Merry Christmas.
So sorry for that.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Yes, I'd like to also echo my sentiments to Mr. Cundy for his years of service on the board, and to Mr. Mitchell, who's doing what he loves best, out trying to help people. I would also want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. The prayers and the cards and the phone calls I got during my recent surgery, I want to thank you for that as well. That being said, I do have one matter of business that I would like to inform the board. There's nothing that we can do about it right now.
Y'all the first aid kit in the back? Any kind of first aid kit?
I do, yes.
We kinda, I don't mean to interrupt, but we kinda need it.
They have called rescue.
They're on the way.
I do have one matter of business that I need to inform the board about of urgency in the Boone District. We have, tomorrow will be 2 weeks since I've known about this. It popped up like that. We have a subdivision over off Coopers Cove Road, right across from Coopers Cove Baptist Church, and some houses along Coopers Cove Road. At the last count, it was 15 that has contaminated wells. DEQ's there, the health department's there. The county has notified Western Virginia Water Authority. So everything is in place and is working. We do not know what's going on. The wells are contaminated, the drinking water, with what is called MTBE, methyl tartaryl butyl ethyl. And it's has been found in groundwater throughout the United States. Small amounts of MTBE in drinking water supplies impart a turpentine-like taste and odor, which make it unacceptable for drinking. DEQ is over there with Culligan. They're putting in water systems, filters, and Culligan has brought in these 4-gallon jugs of water for people to drink and to cook with. Some have been told not to bathe. Some have been told it's okay to bathe. So it depends upon that. They are trying to find the contaminated source. So it is working if y'all hear anything. And I just wanted to tell this out and to make sure that those folks know that the county's not ignoring them, and that DEQ is there doing what they can. And I'm sorry, you got a question? Somebody say. And that's it. That's what.
Anything else? Anything else?
No, I'm done.
Tim, I have one other thing to say when everybody gets done, or I can say it now, either one.
Okay, I'm working my
It's
way.
gonna be just fine. I'm sorry. I just got one. I just thought of something.
I don't have any issues, Mr. Chairman, but I would like to echo my sentiments to Mr. Cundiff and to Mr. Mitchell for most sincere appreciation for service. Serving in this role, I truly believe is a calling, and we do it for the love of this county and the people that are in it. And so I stand in a lot of gratitude for the service of these two individuals. And I do wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous New Year.
All right, Mr. Cundiff.
I'm sorry, but I forgot important things. Number one is several great things happened in my life. Number one, my wife. Number two, my children. And the third thing is serving my country. And the fourth thing is serving this county. That has meant a whole lot to me, and I appreciate everything. And serving with this board has definitely lit my eyes up. I mean, I know sometimes we don't always agree, but at least when we leave the boardroom, we're still friends, and that's what counts. But once again, thank you for the board. Thank you for having us, the people the opportunity to be here, and I just appreciate it. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak again. Thank you.
And as far as I'm concerned, I just want to say thank you to Tommy and also to Ronnie for their service to the county. Mr. Cundiff and I came on the board at the same time, and I can say that it's been 8 very interesting years.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Been a lot of
years.
changes, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, and a lot of challenges, and I've enjoyed working with you, Tommy.
I appreciate it.
And Ronnie, he's out, like was said, he's doing what he loves doing. He's serving, and he's serving and protecting, and my hat goes off to every man and woman in this county that takes the time to volunteer to help others in times of need. And also, with that said, I do have one bit of business that was requested of me. This came from the president of the Fire Association. Our Fire Association, several the fire departments have gone in together, and they've identified a need that each department needs. And I'm going to throw out some terms here, and I'll try to define them the best I can. When they get on a fire scene, they have an interior attack team that's in charge of going into that structure if possible and fighting that fire from inside. That's how you save a house or a building. You don't just get around the outside and spray water in through windows or whatever. Sometimes that's the only option. But if you can get inside and do an interior attack, that's how you save more structure. Communication is key. Communication is a safety issue. And an item that they've identified that they need with their radio system are microphones. And they have identified these microphones, and what they're wanting to do is purchase 100 of these mics. They're basically 10, I think 10 will go to each fire company in the county, and they have found the funding to pay for half of it. The fire departments, the fire association, and they're asking this board to pick up the other half, which would be about, what I tell you there, about 22,000. And we have that money available through the capital grant that we have assigned, set aside for our fire departments. And I was saving this to let Ronnie Mitchell, if he wanted to make the motion on it, but he's out. So I'm going to make a motion that we utilize this capital improvement grant for the Fire Association to pick up the remaining balance of $22,000. And don't hold me on those exact numbers, it's approximate, and pay for the second half of those microphones for the Fire Association, the fire companies, and that will be distributed through all the fire departments throughout the county. And like I said, they've picked up half of it, and they're asking if the county can pick up the other half.
And the other half's coming from what?
That capital improvement fund that we set aside for the fire last couple of years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, and that, comes out of carryover. And so Brian and Chris said we could tap into that, and they could utilize that. And then, and like I've told them, when they identify needs, we're always going to do what we can to meet those needs. And so they, like I said, I was impressed that they took the initiative to find the funding to pick up at least half of it. And so that's my motion. Yes.
Does this include the Town of Rocky Mount Fire Department?
Yes, the Town of Rocky Mount's part of it. They're part of this as
Okay,
well. So
I'm fine with it.
it's every fire company inside of Franklin County.
Can y'all catch me up to speed, please?
I just made the motion in your absence to pick up the remaining balance of the mics for the firemen. And,
Absolutely.
And I'm waiting on a second.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we take a final vote? Madam Clerk, will you take a roll call, please?
Supervisor Ronnie Thompson,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronald Mitchell,
I'm sorry. Who was the first one voting? You said Ronnie or Tommy?
I said Ronnie Thompson,
Ronnie
Yes.
Thompson.
I got the wrong one again.
Ronnie Mitchell,
My name
Yes.
moves around.
Nick Mitchell,
Yes.
Mike Carter,
Yes.
Tommy Cundiff,
I'm voting for Ronnie Thompson, yes.
Lori Smith,
Yes.
Chairman Tatum.
Yes. Okay, and before I close the other matters, we do need to address the appointments. And
Another matter?
yeah, let me get you, and then I'll come back to appointments. Go ahead with yours.
All right. Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank the citizens of the county for allowing me the opportunity to serve them for 4 years. I hope I've done a good job for everybody. Thank you for that. I am looking forward to getting out of here very shortly. So, just a couple things. You did the radios while I was out there, so thank you for that, Mr. Tatum. We got this letter from Snow Creek Fire and EMS. And I would like to comment on it. Or did somebody already comment on this? I mean, everybody got one of these, right? So, we voted to hire more EMS people for the county. And I don't know if this letter makes sense to you guys or not, but so basically they're there from 7 to 7, and then at 7 o'clock, they leave that station and go to Westlake. So, we put the funds there to hire the people. We need to go ahead and do this. This needs to be done immediately because we basically hired people to fill the spots, and the reason they go to the station in Westlake, they don't have anywhere to sleep or take a shower. So the $180,000, in my opinion, would be money well spent to go ahead and move forward with getting that done so they can actually have their own home. In the fire service, we call it our second home, home away from home. And the men and women that are stationed in Snow Creek need to have the same amenities that everyone else in public safety has. So this needs to happen. It needs to happen pretty soon. So, we took care of a lot of my other matters. I'm gonna throw a jab at the board real quick. The town council did better than y'all with candy at the parade. And that's coming from my little girl. So next year, y'all have got to get some more Reese cups, some more Snickers, and some more chocolate. My little girl said y'all need some more chocolate.
Okay.
So, but I love you guys. I appreciate it. I know I've been a pain in y'all's butt for 4 years, but you ain't got to worry about it no more.
All right. Nick Mitchell.
I might add to what Ronnie was talking about the Snow Creek thing. They've already raised over $20,000.
Okay.
After sending this letter out, and that's only been 3 weeks, I believe. So they're making pretty good strides on it. That's what I wanted as well. And I just wanted to make you guys aware. Going forward, they might be looking for some extra help on that.
All right. Can you keep us apprised on it?
Absolutely.
Especially since with the budget year just getting started, we can maybe work that in and make
Hold
it
it
happen.
till budget time.
There you go. With that said, I'm going to bring back for board appointments. I'll open the floor. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one for the TLAC board, Mr. Jeff Salmon.
May I make a comment real quick? I know last meeting, the meeting's pretty much done tonight. I have nothing else to vote on as a board member. The organizational meeting is January. I know last meeting I was upset about, hey, yeah, you're going out, whatever, but I'm pretty much done at this point. If you guys want to wait for these two appointments for Marshall and Dan, I just want to let the board know that I am okay with that if you guys want to wait till the organizational meeting. Because I'm pretty much done at this point. So just throwing that out there before we move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a motion on the floor?
There's a motion on the floor for Jeff Salmon to be appointed to TLAC. And,
I'll second it.
okay, we also had another.
Are there any other
Are there,
nominations? Mr.
yeah,
Chairman?
are there any other?
Board, you got one?
I'm not gonna do that. I don't want the board to be divided. Not gonna do it.
Okay. All right. We only have one nomination, so Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second
Yes, sir.
for Jeff Salmon to TLAC. So normally we normally take a voice vote on it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Let the record show there are none opposed for Jeff Salmon to be appointed to TLAC. Are there any other nominations need to be made?
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for the board's consideration for my reappointment to the TLAC board
Okay,
as well, so that I can be seated for the organizational meeting.
So moved.
okay. We have a motion to reseat Supervisor Smith to her position on TLAC. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion before we take a final vote? And you've been on that seat for a number of years, so this is not
I've been
a
on
new
that board
seat.
about 10 years,
Okay.
actually. Yeah. I'm the chairman
So
currently.
you're an old hand at this.
I am an old hand.
All right.
Old in many ways.
All right, all in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Let the record show that none opposed.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Carter,
We have two more. If you want, I'll do the Piedmont Community Board.
go ahead.
Miss Betty Buckingham has applied and would like to serve again, and I know Betty personally. She's a great person. Betty worked at Ferrum College, and I'd like to nominate her.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
That's the Piedmont Community Services Board.
Yes, sir.
Betty Buckingham to the Piedmont Community Services Board. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. None opposed.
One more.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cundiff was nominated to fill out a position on the Ag Board,
Mhm.
so I'd like to move forward with that to take, I forgot whose place. Justin?
Jason Altus.
Jason Altus. Jason couldn't serve or whatever, Mr. Cundiff's gonna fill in for him.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Mr. Cundiff to the Ag Board, replacing Jason Altus. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show that none opposed. I think
Mr. Chairman, these others here, on the Ag Board, have we already voted on them, or we need to do that again? Cause I remember month before last now, nominated Donnie Montgomery.
I think
Do we need, Madam Clerk, do we,
He's on the Ag Board.
Yes, Mr. Thompson, we did take a vote on that, but that committee has a nomination committee that had not yet submitted their recommendations. So now those recommendations are before us.
Okay, so the sheet that he has are their recommendations.
Yeah, so we would just need to confirm the
you wanna
appointment
do
that
them
was
all,
made.
one at a time, or you wanna do them all together?
Can we do the one nomination, all?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Let's
Make a
do them
motion.
all at once.
It
I
would
make
be,
a motion for the Ag Board that we nominate Monica Bowman for Blackwater, Donnie Montgomery for Boone, Anna Perelman Robinson for Rocky Mount. We've already did Mr. Cundy for Union Hall.
Okay,
That's definitely something that Marshall has a right to, I mean, if y'all talk to Marshall, is that who he wants?
Do we have to do this
The
tonight?
terms are ending at the end of this month, so
Because
it
they
needs to be
end-
yeah.
voted on.
We've gotta do it before
Well,
then.
Anything between December 31st and January 2nd.
yeah, so we're not gonna do anything between those two dates, so why don't we just do it on organizational day?
Cool.
All right,
Yeah, I mean, he might have somebody totally different.
okay,
I don't, yeah,
I
I
understand.
mean, that's something he definitely.
Okay, we're gonna do this on organizational day on January 2nd.
You want to withdraw your motion, Mr. Thompson?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay,
Yes, now, this, Western Virginia Regional Jail, I've been on there as a member. I will take that back if the board is okay.
So moved.
Mr. Tatum,
I will be the alternate if the board so
Chris.
desires.
Chris and Brian, I'll take
Yeah,
over.
they don't have a choice.
I would second Mr. Mitchell's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Mr. Thompson to the Western Valley Regional Authority. Any discussion?
That's one of the easiest boards I've ever been on.
And you get
You like it because they
And you
feed
get
you breakfast. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Or none opposed? And do we have a motion to appoint myself as the alternate for
So
Mr.
moved.
Thompson?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint me back as the alternate member. Any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Let the record show they're none opposed. All right, Moving right along. We're trying. Mr. Gwynn, we're going into public comment next. Do you need to stay for that or? Okay.
I'm fine.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comment gives citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or county. Personal attacks or insulting, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not a function of local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair may rule the speaker out of order, and upon a second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, will you call our first speaker, please?
Yes. Tammy Underwood, would you please come to the podium?
Okay. State your name and address for the board record, please.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Underwood. I live at 305 Keg Valley Lane, Rocky Mount.
Okay. Are you here for yourself or are you representing a group by chance?
I'm here for representing the loggers here in the county of Franklin.
Okay. Are you requesting 5 minutes instead of 3?
I might could get it done in 3, but 5 would be fine, thank you.
Okay.
And my nerves are a little shook up, so bear with me after.
We'll allot you 5, but if you don't need it, that's fine.
Thank you
Since
very
you represent the group.
I've done told you my name and my address, but I'll start off with, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you here today. My husband Robert was born and raised in Franklin County, and I've been in the county since 1984. We both do reside at 305 Keg Valley Lane, Rocky Mount. We have owned and operated Underwood Logging LLC now for 29 years. I am here speaking on behalf of all the loggers here in Franklin County. The Virginia Loggers Association has asked that Robert and I be a spokesperson for them in Franklin County as well. In April of 2020, the Virginia Loggers Association reached out to you through a letter about the Bill HB 1021 that exempts all equipment, machinery, tools used in the timber harvesting industry. And in their letter to you, it was explaining how logging produces raw material, creating goods for our everyday lives and lumber to build the homes that we live in, and asking that you accept this bill for all the loggers in your county. We are here once more asking for your acceptance on this bill, HB 1021, due to the high fuel costs, the quotas at the paper mills, and the lowering demand of lumber products. Because of the high interest rates, the timber harvesting companies have taken a great hit financially, causing a strain to keep our companies running. This exemption would allow some of that financial strain to lessen in our future and help in keeping our businesses operating. Surrounding counties have already accepted this bill, HB 1021, and have helped the logging companies in their counties. If you, Board of the Supervisors, cannot agree in accepting this bill, HB 1021, it could only force the logging companies in your county to relocate their businesses in those counties that have already accepted the bill, as some have already done, causing Franklin County to lose not only tax on the equipment, but on the trucks, the vehicles, the trailers as well, so that we could keep our businesses in operation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Kathy Cummings.
Good evening, Kathy Cummins. I live at 3579 Kemp Ford Road in Union Hall. I'm here again to talk to you about what monuments say about our community. Supporters of the Confederate soldier in front of the courthouse say it's not about politics at all. It simply represents the community's history and Southern heritage. But I still can't figure out how history is not political, nor how the Confederate soldier is supposed to make me think of peach cobbler and Southern hospitality. There is a reason why Confederate monuments are coming down all over the South today. Though not without controversy, this week, a Confederate memorial in Arlington National Cemetery was to be relocated from that site as directed by a bipartisan congressional commission and in compliance with federal law. But as of yesterday, this action is facing yet another legal challenge, this time from a group in Florida. However, even the descendants of this memorial sculptor support the relocation, writing that the monument glorifies the fight to protect slavery and contributes to the historical distortion that slavery was righteous. What was life like here in 1910 when our Confederate monument was originally erected? The Ku Klux Klan, which had existed from 1866 to 1872, was being reborn with a vengeance, creating a racial police state in the South. Despite the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, life for Black Americans was not on par with white people, not even close. To attempt to rectify this, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, known today simply as the NAACP, came into existence in 1909. To ensure its political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights of all persons, and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. I continue to present this issue to you because, despite a century of controversy, change is inevitable, and I believe that this community does have the capacity to respect all its citizens. Nearly 8,000 have now signed an online petition in favor of relocating the current courthouse Confederate monument. The school board, after long debate, did finally decide to disallow Confederate symbolism on student clothing. I would ask the Board of Supervisors to make a New Year's resolution to reconsider what that 23-foot tall Confederate monument in front of a public judicial building says about our community today. I thank you all, though, for your service and wish you a merry and thoughtful Christmas.
Madam Clerk.
Ed Saunders, we'll call to the podium. If I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Saunders has a presentation that he would like me to load.
If that's okay, if that will think back. That's all right.
Okay.
I'll just speak to that.
Okay, yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ed Saunders. I live at 245 Nature Zone Road in Ferrum, Virginia. I am here to ask you guys, we were notified earlier this month that we are not allowed to hold meetings at the Ferrum Faith Church, which means our farmers market and all the other events that we had there last year, we won't be able to have anymore. So I know coming into the new year, you guys are going to have some choices to make and some decisions, and I would really appreciate it if that would factor in that we still do not have any public space in Ferrum, and we are fighting hard to try to produce that for the people of Ferrum. We love our community, and we want to try to do as many things as we can to make it an even better place to be. So that's all I have. I hope you guys have a great Christmas and had a great Thanksgiving, but yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Ed.
Rebecca Saunders. Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Merry Christmas.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to load it earlier. Can you use here or you can use the clicker? Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm here with pictures today. Rebecca Saunders, 245 Nature Zone Road. Tonight I'd like to show you all the great things we were able to do for our community thanks to all of you allowing us access to the Ferrum parcel to host these events.
We'll start with Thursday evening market, which is what's up right now. We requested the use of the property every Thursday for 5 weeks to host the market. We had an average of 15 to 21 vendors. Each vendor averaged about $120 for each market. So we were able to bring around $2,100 every week into Ferrum, just with this one market. We had between 100 to 150 customers show up. Our highest turnout was our final market. The growth for this market was exponential. To say it was a great success for our community would be an understatement. Not only was it financially successful for many of our vendors, but it became a sort of social event. As you can see, my kids would say it was a vibe. Don't ask me, they just said it repeatedly. And everyone who attended, from vendors to customers, really seemed to love it. The second event we hosted on the property was our Trick or Treat and Haunted Trails. We teamed up with Ferrum Forward and did a free trick or treat trail before our haunted trail began. We had 150 kids plus their adults show up to trick or treat at our trail. As you can see, everybody had a great time. We had so many folks stop and tell us how much they enjoyed it because it was just different. We had volunteers throughout the community, from teenagers to much older folks, helping to pass the candy out at different stations along the trail. If we have the opportunity to host the event again next year, we actually have corporate sponsors who have said that they would love to donate candy for it so we can make it even bigger and better. That same night, we hosted a haunted Halloween trail. We had a total of 179 people signed up and attended. Between the tickets, the popcorn, and the drinks, we were able to raise $1,467 for Friends of Ferrum Park. I want to take a moment to acknowledge all the amazing volunteers who showed up to help us with these. We had a whole group of teenagers come out and stand in the dark for 3 hours being scare actors, and my gosh, did we have a good time. They have already signed up for next year if this is a thing, so that's great. And finally, we had our holiday craft bazaar on the Ferrum parcel. It was November 11th. We had 34 vendors, 295 customers, and we estimate that we brought in around $4,000 of revenue from that single market. And again, this is going to all of our vendors, people who live in our community. They've benefited so much from this, and I cannot thank you guys enough for that. Once again, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Without this property, we never could have hosted these events, and I hope you see just how many great things can happen when you say yes. Thank you again, and Merry Christmas.
Mayor Holland Purdue.
Good evening. In January 2023, I asked Chairman Tatum to set up a meet and greet between the Franklin County Board of Supervisors and the Rocky Mount Town Council to introduce ourselves to one another. 12 months later, Supervisor Smith has proposed the same thing, and the supervisors have approved it. Per the discussion earlier, I am the difficult one, acting disingenuous, and not acting mayorally. I was elected to bring change and make things get done. Early in my tenure as mayor, I sought the support of my colleagues on the Rocky Mount Town Council in enacting term limits for both positions of mayor and council members. I serve in this position for a finite amount of time, and I respect the citizens' expectations that I will use every minute of my tenure to advance the position of the town. My constituents expect progress and change. It has been mentioned by Supervisor Lori Smith that I have made threats made on behalf of the town. When Ms. Smith and I discussed things, I did say, what if the town of Rocky Mount Fire Department trucks stopped at town limits? What happens if the town stopped contributing to the Rocky Mount Fire Department? Those clearly were hypotheticals to ask how much more taxpayer money the county would have to spend. It is important to understand the process that brought us here today. The town of Rocky Mount initially asked the county for $200,000 a year for 20 years to cover capital expenses. The county responded by offering $50,000 per year for 20 years, plus the demand of co-titling and placing the Rocky Mount Fire Department under the umbrella of the Franklin County Public Safety. In an effort to negotiate, the town came back and asked for 60% of the purchase price up front. This was based on the fact that 60% of all calls run by the Rocky Mount Fire Department are outside the town limits. At that point, Chairman Tatum worked to develop a proposal that met the needs of the town and fell in the middle of where both elected bodies were. The Rocky Mount Town Council agreed in principle to accept this proposal. During this time, in an effort to save taxpayer money, the town signed an agreement to purchase the fire truck, saving our taxpayers $1.2 to $2 million in pre-finance money. For an hour earlier, I listened to how disappointed some of you were with where we are and how we got here. I have never raised my tone. I have never said something disrespectful from the dais about anyone in their position. As a business person, I believe in negotiations and each side's respective stance. The town of Rocky Mount stands ready to negotiate without time and without a cool-off period. Even after some of you made comments about me without naming me, I am not upset. I am not angry. You are doing your job, and I am doing mine. As mayor, and with the agreement of the Rocky Mount Town Council, we stand ready to continue placing the safety of our citizens first. I support the Rocky Mount Fire Department, and I believe you do as well. Let's put our emotions and hurt feelings aside and work together to ensure the safety of all the citizens of Franklin County.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Hatcher Ferguson?
That matter, that's who fell.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, was not aware. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional speakers.
Okay. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to the board at this time? Seeing none, I want to wish each one of you a Merry Christmas. Have a happy and safe New Year. And this time, we'll be, if I find my papers, we will adjourn until Tuesday, January 2nd at 3 o'clock for the organizational meeting.
Tim, you do this? Thank you. Appreciate it.
I can't think of nothing.
Hey, been working on it.